shining on the ground. Something like the sun, see them bitter rays shining on the ground. The heat is hard to bear, seen it like the sun, blocking out our view, blotting out the hues. Something like the sun, see them bitter rays shining on the ground. The heat is hard to bear, seen it like the sun, blocking out our view, blotting out the hues. Seen it like a wave, washing over land, crashing into everything. The water on remand could hold it like a hand in your palms and watch it shimmer, salty like them tears. Could fall first or falling off of piers. Swim for me, wet our view, blotting out the hues. Something like the sun, see them bitter rays shining on the ground. The heat is hard to bear, seen it like the sun, blocking out our view, blotting out the hues. Wave, washing over land, crashing into everything. The water on remand could hold it like a hand in your palms and watch it shimmer, salty like them tears. Could fall first or falling off of piers. Swim for me, waves crashing into symphonies.
Live.
Was a myth. You thought I was a myth, but I'm real as life gets. But I'm real as life gets. In focus, sit this. Sit in focus, sit this. Sit. You thought I was a myth. You thought I was a myth, but I'm real as life gets. But I'm real as life gets. In focus, sit this. Sit in focus, sit this. You thought I was a myth. You thought I was a myth, but I'm real as life gets. But I'm real as life gets. You thought I was a myth. You read about me in your books as a kid. Monster lurking from hell ship. I'm no angel, turn my soul to devilish. On island of decadence, my soul is of satanic. I call forth Leviathan, Satan adversary consciousness. In the night I summon forth dark essence, Mephistopheles, Sithic sigillic of sorceress, venom of infernal Sabbath sacrament, my devilish form immaculate. I'm Satana, summoning of eye bliss. Listen to my voice and you shall join us in rebellion. Come and join the fallen seraphims, blackened wings and fire fists. Bring back undead shades of dark witches. In my hands are dark magic. I'm hellish, step to the sorcerer, you'll perish. In the circle comes forth the serpent spirit, drip from hellgate's flame lit. I'm the goblin that rise from the coffins. Fell from hell, I am indulgent. Drugger to my left nose from the bloody garden. You thought I was a myth. You thought I was a myth, but I'm real as life gets. But I'm real as life gets. In focus, sit this. Sit in focus, sit this. Sit. You thought I was a myth. You thought I was a myth, but I'm real as light gets. But I'm real as light gets. In focus, sit this. I'm in focus, sit this. Sit. You thought I was a myth. You thought I was a myth. But I'm real as light gets. But I'm real as light gets.
Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. You know how we do, SIRO. Hey, 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 hey. Some kind of miracle, all in the spiritual, all there for you. What you gonna do? Hands out, reach it, grab it like jewels, pocket them too. What was it for? All about paper or money du jour. If we fall, we land on clouds for sure. Way too high, eyes too low, way too shady, of course they hate us. We make it look good. We make it look good. Hey, 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 hey. This is for bridging the gap. Look at the way that we rap. Flipping the samples, setting examples. One of the best. I cut above the rest. Who could test? Blessed like an S on my chest. Blessed. No, we don't do no stress. Yes, only a few left. Only your crew left to conquer. Did it for gold and video sponsors. Did it for love from hideous monsters. I'm in my karma, figuring all sorts. You're in your feelings, isn't it awesome? Hey, 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 hey. These other MCs are fucking exhausting. Go huff and exhaust. I'm in your veins, making you cold, making you run, making you grow. Hand on my heart, that's all that I do. Spit it and bring it and fill it for you. You. Hey, 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 some kind of miracle, all in the spiritual, all there for you. What you gonna do? Hands out, reach it, grab it like jewels, pocket them too. What was it for? All about paper or money du jour. If we fall, we land on clouds for sure. Way too high, eyes too low, way too shady, of course they hate us. We make it look good. We make it look good. Hey, 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 hey. This is for bridging the gap. Look at the way that we rap. Flipping the samples, setting examples. One of the best to cut above the rest. Who could test? Blessed like an S on my chest. Blessed. No, we don't do no stress. Only a few left. Only your crew left to conquer. Did it for gold and video sponsors. Do it for love from hideous monsters. I'm in my karma, figuring all sorts. You're in your feelings, isn't it awesome? Hey, hey, hey. Yeah. Yeah, bathe in spit and fall into my fire pit. The flames will cleanse you whole. Hold it on for heaven's sake, I know you won't leave me alone. Calling out to you without a phone number. Please answer, I'm desperate and growing number. My brain cells are melting, I'm growing dumber. Didn't mean to lust over her in the summer, but her game was on point and I was trying to be her lover. Dumb decision. Red dress should have informed me, but I was dumb and horny. Bathe in spit and fall into my fire pit. The flames will cleanse you whole. Holding on for heaven's sake, I know you won't leave me alone. I know you won't leave me alone. Bathe in spit and fall into my fire pit. The flames will cleanse you whole. Holding on for heaven's sake, I know you won't leave me alone. I know you won't leave me alone. Calling out to you without the phone. Open up and let me in as I swim in sin. Who are you to get under my skin and tell me how to live? Punish me, I'll punish back like the whiplash when I snap back. Her bra strap slap to the face deserved. I walk the earth looking for drama. Slap your baby mama just to say she could be hotter. Wouldn't hit, who's causing problems? You're full of shit. Might get hit with a lick. Bathe in spit and fall into my fire pit. The flames will cleanse you whole. Holding on for heaven's sake, I know you won't leave me alone. I know you won't leave me alone. Bathe in spit and fall into my fire pit. The flames will cleanse you whole. Holding on for heaven's sake, I know you won't leave me alone. I know you won't leave me alone. Holding on for heaven's sake, I know you won't leave me alone. Heaven's gates stay closed. Rather climb up the ladder, have them bury me with gold. Pay me what is owed. Fuck the fickle rules you give. Won't tell a king how he should live. King of this karma. Who wants war? I war harder. I'm forefathers, descended from poor farmers and warriors with old armors. Fuck the fickle rules you give. Won't tell me how I should live. Bathe in spit and fall into my fire pit. The flames will cleanse you whole. Holding on for heaven's sake, I know you won't leave me alone. I know you won't leave me alone. Holding on for heaven's sake, I know you won't leave me alone. I know you won't leave me alone.
Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask. Foes are slashed, and I flew when the infernal clash. Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask. Foes are slashed, and I flew when the infernal clash. Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask, in the deific mask. Summoning the Akatash and the Lucifuge, I got the deific mask. Fatality, just rip them fast. And pulling your head up from where you stand, we raising hell on earth and we having a blast. Hitting them up like I was the Flash and the master of the task. You thought you went to church, but you fell in a satanic mass. Spirit scream, shatter glass, poltergeist back from the dead of the past. Seen the mystic ectoplasm. I'm in the time of this world where everyone has gone mad. I'm doing the magic, you better be glad. It's not up on you or you're gonna get spazzed. Up on the tracks of the train, I was summoning the cane in the crossroad demon. Making them feel independent, I'm taking your brain and your eyes bleeding. Appearing at the shows of Creek, the slasher show will get you so and leave you at the creek just for you to see what the creatures come to eat. You will hear the monster speak and see the ghosts take a leap just from the bloody tree. Falling in your hoping just to death that it's a treat. Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask. Foes are slashed, and I flew when the infernal clash. Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask. Foes are slashed, and I flew when the infernal clash. Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask, in the deific mask. Akatash empower me, Lucifuge possessing me. The hellish key come from the beast. You saw the demon teeth, the jeepers creep. Tried to battle me in my sleep, even with the bloody sight, he couldn't chop my feet. I had took the leap into the bloody sea. You will see the phantoms when I summon the dread phantom entities. Feel the cold and dreaded heat, summoning and summon thee. Ways of midnight and midday of Tiamat. As the time stops, feel the demon shock. Sorceries of Arimon, stepping up to the dark brotherhood and you walk on, taking your bones and play them to the song. Appearing is the demon of the bloody mace. The wounding split go through you, send you to another place. Different dimensions you will face. I'm quicker than you can ever think. I'm grabbing a goblet and taking a drink. Then you are hitting the sword and slash before you can blink. David cast my mind for to ride the winds of hell. Now I have the brains of Hallel. Feel the ecstasy of the black magic spell. Akatash, one who opens the isolate way of the left hand path. Slitting them up in the bleep in the cusp of the monster in the killer mask. I summon the legions of demons you see in the shadows, they're moving too fast. Spinning the lyrics brutality, gonna be chopping your head and your thrown in the glass. Up in the hellish flames, I am a devil at last. Wings black, as I put on demon mask, my foes are burnt to ash. Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask. Foes are slashed, and I flew when the infernal clash. Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask. Foes are slashed, and I flew when the infernal clash. Akatash, Lucifuge in the deific mask, in the deific mask.
Christian and Islamic mythologies, it's hard to imagine a period where the principal rival of God, specifically the god Yahweh, was anything other than the devil and his satanic cadre of demonic fallen angels. But if we wind back the centuries, wind back the millennia even, we come to the earliest, in many ways the most dangerous rival to the theological dominance of the Israelite god Yahweh. The rider upon the clouds, the defeater of sea and river, the contender with death itself, the youthful storm warrior Baal. When Yahweh arrived in Canaan, Baal had long proved the most enduringly popular god of that region, and had even survived the Bronze Age collapse. And it would be Yahweh's contest with Baal that would shift the theological and mythological history of the entire world. Yahweh eventually rising to become the one and only God, and Baal demoted to mere demonic minion. But before the theological upstart Yahweh appeared, who was Baal? And how did this most popular ancient Near East deity undergo the process of demonization, now merely listed in necromancers' catalogs of infernal spirits? Let's explore the history of Baal, the first and greatest rival of Yahweh. make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica for weekly explorations of topics in esoteric history. And if you'd like to support this work of providing evidence-backed, free, and accessible content like this episode, I'd hope you consider checking out my Patreon or some of the cool merch that we have on the channel. And if you're new to the study of esotericism, I've made a specific study guide just to give you the lay of the land. You can find that down below as well. And if you're interested in actual historical books on topics of the occult, or magic, mysticism, alchemy, check out Esoterica Rare Books. You can find all those links in the description and in the pinned comment below. But now, let's turn to the rider upon the clouds, the lord of lightning and the master of storms, Baal. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The history of Baal is like the history of virtually every god. Ancient, mysterious origins, migration, transformation, assimilation, theological contestation with other gods, and then often demonization, and then perhaps even extinction. By the mid-3rd century BCE, the precursor deity to Baal, variously known as Hada, Hadad, Hadu, Ramanu, literally thunder in Akkadian, or Ishkur in the Sumerian reading, was already functioning as a kind of minor deity of springtime rains. He would be linked with the Hurrians and the Hittites with their storm god Teshub. However, this deity seems to have had a wide range of roles depending on the myth cycle in which this deity showed up. But any rain or storm deity was unlikely to feature prominently in the specifically Mesopotamian myths, given that it was the Tigris and Euphrates rivers that primarily provided for the flourishing of those hydraulic civilizations. Well, when they weren't catastrophically and randomly flooding, which also, by the way, probably informed both their myths and their cultural outlook, their distinctive pessimism compared to the relative optimism of the Egyptian culture with its very predictable flooding of the Nile. However, as Hadad immigrated west into the Canaan, perhaps around the 3rd millennium BCE, there in the middle of that period, the geographic, even meteorological situation would actually provide for his theological ascendance. The region stretching from what is now Syria in the north down through Lebanon and south into Palestine, Israel, the area that we now denote as Canaan, was not a region in which agriculture and irrigation principally relied on rivers such as for the Egyptians and the Mesopotamians. Rather, yearly agricultural success was highly dependent upon winter rains, which often blew in off from the Mediterranean in the form of sometimes ferocious storms. These storms are absolutely terrifying and absolutely necessary for the agricultural population of that region. Hadad, a relatively minor storm deity in Mesopotamia, had found a perfect geo-theological, meteorological fit in the Canaan. And sometime between 1800 and 1500 BCE, it appears that the myths around Hadad were shifting along a certain kind of direction and designation. Hadad seemed to have become Baal Hadad, Lord Storm, to often become simply then Baal, the Lord. The term Baal is typically an honorific meaning master or owner, and it usually denotes something like political and military power, along with ownership of land or even mastery of a certain kind of skill. The famous Witch of Endor is literally the Baalat Ov, the mistress of the Ov, whatever the Ov was. Newlyweds are husband and wife. In Hebrew are Baal and Betula, literally Lord and Virgin, though your mileage will definitely vary in those respects. A similar term in Hebrew is Adon, thus the divine name Adonai, my Lord. The founder of the Hasidic movement, Israel ben Eliezer, was the Baal Shem Tov, literally the master of the good name, an epithet won by his shamanic use of divine names, specifically in healing and exorcising people of demons. Thus, the name or title Baal simply connotes power, even domination over land, people, and in this case of the deity Baal, the very forces of nature and the cosmos, even lordship over death. But long before Yahweh would duel with Baal, this storm deity would come to conquer the theological landscape of the ancient Canaanite world in a myth cycle that we now know as the Baal cycle. For millennia, really, we only knew of Baal through the writings of his theological rivals, the Israelites. You may have heard of them. However, beginning with the accidental discovery of the Bronze Age capital city of Ugarit in 1928, along with its palace archives, which were fragmentary but intact, we can now come to understand the cult of Baal from the very people who venerated him, long before the rivalry with Yahweh. The Baal cycle itself is reserved on a series of 6 tablets copied down by the scribe Ilimiku under the supervision of the priest Atanu, all serving under the king Nikmadu. Now, there are 3 such kings with that name, Nikmadu, so the text of the Baal cycle, that as we have them at least, were copied either in the mid-14th century or the late 13th century BCE, depending on which Nikmadu that was. Now, for reference, most scholars date David of Jerusalem's military ascendancy to around 1000 BCE. However, by comparing the language of the myth cycle with the more usual correspondence in the Ugaritic language, it's clear that the myths themselves employ a much more archaic version of the Ugaritic language, something that we shouldn't be surprised about. A much older, by the way, northern cousin of Hebrew. You can kind of read Ugaritic if you read Biblical Hebrew, and thus were probably composed centuries before the copies actually produced that we have by Ilimiku the scribe. The Baal cycle is specifically reserved on 6 tablets about the size of a modern book and the fragments of 7 others, inscribed on both sides and in several columns denoted simply as belonging to Baal, denoting the subject of the texts. In fact, the Baal cycle is just one of the many theological and religious texts of Bronze Age Canaan to have been recovered from Ugarit, making the Palace Archive our best window into the Canaanite religion of the period more generally. We actually now know something about what the Canaanites believed, as opposed to what the Israelites said the Canaanites believed, perhaps centuries after they had, in some sense, had lost regional hegemony. Unfortunately, the first sections of the epic are lost to damage to the tablets, but we open to Yam, or the divine personification of the sea, threatening the elderly divine king El, demanding he turn over Baal as tribute to the sea. For those who've read some Babylonian mythology, you'll know just why the threats of sea are so terrifying. Long before the conflict between good and evil became the central metaphysical tension, order and chaos were the main theological concern, and cosmological epics like the Babylonian Enuma Elish represent just that conflict as personified by the primordial sea dragon Tiamat and the warrior god Marduk. In that epic, Marduk defeats the watery forces of chaos, fashioning the world from the corpse of Tiamat. Thus, the primordial forces of sea were powerful beings representing chaos and disorder, forces that El, wise king of the gods, was happy to appease. In fact, it seems that El's consort, Asherah, who would later become Yahweh's consort, kind of had it out for Baal, seeing him as a kind of upstart that would deprive her own sons of theological power, and thus she was probably pretty happy to see him sacrificed to Yam. Baal, in fact, doubles down, rebukes the gods to their face, and rather than being swallowed into the depths, wages open war against the sea and his allies. Yes, the sea in this myth is masculine, such as the judge river, the sea monster Lotan. It's a precursor to Leviathan, both coming from the same root word, we want something like coiled up, and the land-based allies of the sea. And together with his sister Anat, the most metal of all the gods, She delights in wading through blood, mutilating her enemies, and literally adorning herself in gore and literal body parts. She's kind of like Semitic Kali. They both defeat C and his allies. In fact, Baal does so with two special clubs, Yagrush and Amor, Chaser and Driver, created by the divine craftsman Kothar Vachasis. We also cut then to a scene where Anat is just on her own doing a kind of complete rampage through the countryside and doesn't even stop until Baal sends her a message that Yam has been defeated and that she should, come visit him while he becomes basically king of the realm. I mean, she's kind of doing her own massacring thing, as Anat was wont to do. With the defeat of C, El and the Divine Council basically have to admit that Baal is now running the show, but there's a problem. He doesn't have a palace, and thus he can't rightly be a king. Baal dispatches Anat to petition, really more threaten El and Asherah, to allow him to construct a palace on his mountain Zephon, modern Jebel Akra, just north of Ugarit, right there on the border of Syria and Turkey. In fact, the word Zephon just becomes metonymized to become the Hebrew word for north. Baal eventually shows up with gifts for Asherah, which eventually causes her to give her consent to build the palace. That and, again, Anat's not the kind of person you want to negotiate terribly long with. She even expresses her worry that once the palace is complete, Baal will come to his true power as the new kingly god of the realm. And she was right, he does. This motif of youthful warrior gods usurping elderly kingly deities was a pretty common motif in the ancient Near East. We have Hittite Teshub ousting Kumbari, Yal eventually replacing El through assimilation, and of course Zeus defeating Kronos in Greek mythology. And as Emma West has, I think, pretty decisively shown, Greek mythology leans very heavily on its Semitic neighbors to the east. Indeed, the whole business of divine usurpation may itself reflect actual political tensions, as society in the late Bronze Age was basically collapsing around the composers of these myths. But with begrudging consent given, Baal employs Kothar Vachasis, the MVP of this whole myth, to construct the mountain palace out of blocks made of gold, silver, and lapis lazuli, a stone so rare that it had to be imported from faraway Afghanistan, along with planks of wood made from, you guessed it, the cedars of Lebanon. And all of this should sound very familiar to anyone who studied the construction of the Solomonic Yahweh Temple centuries later. Indeed, Solomon's Yahweh Temple is probably based on something like many other temple complexes in that region, such as those for localized manifestation of Baal worship. Solomon's temple's probably fashioned on a Baal temple, and shows you again that in many ways Yahweh worship is downstream of Baal worship, something that the Yahwists were probably self-conscious of. Now, there's an outstanding architectural concern here. Should Kothar Vachasis add a window to the palace? And at first, Baal is reluctant, but following an epic rager and yet more military campaigns, it seems that Baal is now confident enough to allow for the construction of a window. Revealing his true power, an epic theophany of Baal as a storm so powerful that it turns mountains to blood and causes all of the vegetation to bow to him in honor, Baal is ready for his window. But why is he initially so reluctant to get said window? Because that was precisely through such windows that Mot, or death, stalks his prey. Perhaps we have here the pride that comes before the fall. I mean, you might be a badass storm god, but nothing can escape from the eternal hunger of the gaping maw of death. Death demands tribute of Baal. Baal, being Baal, refuses, but a price must be paid for Baal's cosmic disruption given the defeat of C and the serpent Lotan. And sadly, about 40% of this entire section is damaged. But we do know that Baal eventually concedes, perhaps in despair, perhaps in the prideful wishes, that maybe he can defeat Mot too. But then he goes and has sex with the heifer 77 times for some reason, and the heifer gives birth to Baal's son. This section is obscure. The L is typically associated with the bull, and perhaps it's to produce some kind of unity of the divine pantheon and thus produce an heir before Baal goes off to the underworld. Again, in some early and rare depictions of Yahweh, he's also depicted as bull-like, so who knows? 77 times with a heifer. But Baal goes down into the shadowy underworld with his retinue of clouds and wind and lightning bolts and rain. He's probably pretty eager to do battle with death, but it's of no avail. Baal dies, and this is evidenced by the agricultural collapse among the living. The gods mourn him by ritually gashing themselves, a practice actually attested to and forbidden by the Hebrew Bible. Asherah tries to put her 2 sons on the throne, but to no avail. They're no replacement for the rider upon the clouds. But Baal does have another weapon. The best of all weapons. Yeah, you know who it is. It's his sister, Anat. And boy does she deliver. She slashes death with a sword, winnows him in a sieve, burns him, and then buries him in the ground, grinding him with millstones, and sows him in the fields. It's so wonderfully poetic. She literally replants the world with the corpse of death itself. The death of death somehow revives Baal, whose resurrection causes the earth to flourish again, and El has a prophetic dream which confirms death is dead, Baal lives. And so he sends Shamash, our son, to go search out for Baal, but after 7 years, death rises from his death to challenge Baal again, and locked in stalemate of combat between drought and fertility, sun separates them, thus inaugurating the cycles of plenty and famine, the very turmoil of the agricultural cycle itself. Now, the final columns of the text are enigmatic and perhaps represent a kind of detente ushered in by sun between Baal and death and Kober Bachasis, using some kind of magic to play a central but albeit mysterious role. Thus, in an agricultural society in which the arrival of those winter rains via thunderstorms, powerful storms coming off the Mediterranean, was the difference between plenty and famine, chaos and order, life and death, it's absolutely no wonder that Baal was an enduringly popular god in the region. And no doubt that the Baal cycle is the single greatest literary and religious epic recovered from the region in general, along with the continued adoration of Baal well into the Iron Age and in various localized forms. And powerful, all of this is powerful testimony to the effect that, as the Baal cycle has it, Baal, our king, is the conqueror. It's the refrain of that cycle that bears his name. And from the mid-2nd millennium BCE through the Bronze Age collapse and into the Iron Age, it seems that Baal proved endearingly popular for, again, obvious reasons. These are agricultural societies. But sometime just before 1000 BCE, very late Bronze, probably very early Iron, a deity from far to the south, seeming to originate in the region of what is called Mount Seir in now southern Jordan, became the tribal god of the polity of a group called the Israelites. This deity, the one that is, our Yahweh, would spend centuries contending with, assimilating to, and differentiating itself from Baal before establishing some form of theological hegemony during the Babylonian exile of the Judeans in the 6th century BCE. Now, I've made a whole episode on the early history of Yahweh that seems to be very interesting to people for whatever reason, and another one on how Yahweh became this singular god for the Israelites. And if you want more information on Yahweh specifically, I'd go check out those videos. You can find links to them below. But given that both Yahweh and Baal were both warrior storm gods, one incumbent to the region and the other, up and coming for the fiefdom in the region, conflict was going to be inevitable. This town's not big enough for two storm gods. Yahweh would assimilate aspects of Baal. The archaic version of Psalm 29 has been taken by many scholars to be literally a hymn to Baal, with Yahweh's name just sort of cut and pasted into that poem, especially the language and theology around the storm theophany. And yet, at the same time, Yahwist would, given the Freudian narcissism of minor difference at work here, pitch Baal and Yahweh in prophetic combat, most famously in the Elijah cycle at 1 Kings 18, which has Elijah really doing some excellent shade on the prophets of Baal. Of course, outside of perhaps a very small group of Yahweh's partisans, common people and kings ruling over a religiously diverse people and needing to make alliances across theological lines were more than happy to include Baal worship right alongside Yahweh worship, if honestly, they could tell the difference between them. These gods are so similar that I think most Israelites and Canaanites probably couldn't tell the difference. The most infamous instance, of course, of this alliance was between Jezebel, daughter of Ithobaal of the first of Tyre, and Achav, king of Israel. By the way, her name, Jezebel, means "where is Baal?" and it is a direct reference to the search for Baal by Anat and Shamash, the sun god, after his resurrection following the death of death. Further, elements of Baal's contest with the sea, or Yam, and its dragon, Lotan, are mirrored in early Israelite Yahwism, with similar contests most notably occurring in the creation story. Yep, creation story of Psalm 74, and in Job, where Yahweh defeats giant sea monsters, specifically Leviathan, as a necessary aspect of forging the world from watery chaos to order. Again, a myth cycle common to the ancient Near East. Ironically, this defeat of Leviathan would be later transposed to a world-ending apocalypse in later mutations of the myth. Further, Baal's contest with death, or Mot, is often just demythologized such that Yahweh has control over both life and death, and in some passages will actually even swallow up death, an ironic vision of Yahweh's power over and against the usual image of, again, the gaping maw of death in Ugaritic myth. This is part of the on-ramping to something like proto-monotheism. In fact, the Israelite scribe so disdained Baal that theonymics employing his name underwent taboo replacement with the Hebrew word for shame, boshet. Thus names like Esh-Baal become Esh-Boshet, Meri-Baal becomes Meri-Boshet. Even the goddess Astarte becomes Ashtoret, using the vowel patterns from the same word for shame, Boshet. The faith's Prince Baal, Baal Zebul, famously becomes Baal Zebub, Lord of the Flies. And even Daniel's abomination of desolation, a core apocalyptic notion, Shikutz Meshomem, becomes a pun probably on Baal Shemen, Baal of the heavens. So even these theological concepts are, in some sense, parasitic on Baal as a response to him in some sense. The destruction of the more powerful and prosperous Israelite northern kingdom would lead to a refugee crisis in the Judahite south, the center of a more specifically aniconic form of Yahwistic monolatry, where Baal worship had never gotten a complete threshold. And while Baal in various forms would continue to be worshipped, for instance among the Phoenicians, both at home and abroad in places like Carthage, assimilated to their deity Melkart, Yahwism would become the central cult of Judea prior to the destruction of the region by the Babylonians in 586 BCE, setting the stage for something like proto-monotheism to develop, primarily over there in the Babylonian exile. But Baal himself would not completely disappear. He would enjoy a kind of half-life, but not as a divine god, but as another form of divinity. With the rise of Christianity, he became a demon. Specifically in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, especially in contact with Zoroastrianism, the one god became attended by a host of angelic warriors over and against a force of cosmic evil, variously known as Belial, Hasatan, transformed from title to person in the form of Satan or the devil, and of course entities like Beelzebub. Indeed, by the first gospel at Mark 3, Jesus himself is accused of being possessed by and driving out demons precisely by the power of Beelzebub, there denoted as the prince of the demons. These early mentions would cement Beelzebul or Beelzebub as a powerful demon in the mind of early Christians. He would further appear in the Testament of Solomon, a key text in Western demonology, as the king of all demons. And in that tale, Solomon binds Beelzebub using his powerful sigil ring to force the legions of demons that serve him in the construction of the Jerusalem temple, a tale at the very heart of the Western magical tradition. Through the Testament of Solomon and similar literature, especially occult literature, Baal would survive in an eldritch manner into the Western occult tradition, primarily as the demon Baal, Beelzebul, Beelzebub, and various mutated forms. Often featured early and therefore pretty high up in the demonic hierarchy, he appears in virtually every single demonic catalog of the Middle Ages and the early modern period, including famous texts like the Pseudo-Monarchia Daemonum, the Livre d'Esprit, the Liber Officiorum Spiritum, and most infamously in the Goetia of the Lesser Key of Solomon, where his sigil also appears. He is variously described in the literature as a soldier or a king with a hoarse voice, with the power to make people invisible, ruling over a retinue of 66 legions of demons. In other texts, he's a kind of horrid mixture of cat, toad, and human, like in the Dictionnaire Infernal, or other diverse shapes. In some cases, he is subject to the demonic king of the East, Oriens, with his demonic legions varying in size. Sometimes they're just 6 as opposed to 66. His powers subject to change, and of course his counter-angel ranging from text to text. But by Milton's 1667 epic Paradise Lost, the name Baal in the plural becomes Baalim, and it simply becomes the watchword for the entire horde of all male demons cast down upon the earth following Satan's rebellion. Baal simply becomes the name for the grab bag, the pandemonium of demons. In the thousands of years since Mesopotamian Hadad became Canaanite Baal, the heroic rider upon the clouds, the defeater of sea and death, the rains that sustain life, he would contend and ultimately lose theological hegemony to the upstart Yahweh. Recall that he also upstart Yel just as much as Yahweh would assimilate the deity. El really is the loser in all this. He become demoted to become one of many demons, especially by Christians and to some extent by Muslims. He would become a stock demon of grimoires. Powerful, yeah, but still hideous. But with the discovery of the Baal cycle in the 20th century, it's high time that we balance the highly polemical narratives of, frankly, Yahwistic propaganda that constitute Israelite literature with the very scriptures produced by the very people that historically venerated Baal, not as some false god, detestable foreign god, and much less some dreadful demon, but a deity much admired and worshipped by the ancient peoples of Canaan for very good reasons. The subject of truly epic poetry and sublime literature, poetry that was indeed so well regarded that the Israelites appropriated it to Yahweh. If it's good enough for the King James Bible, good enough for you. It's high time that we appreciate the mythology of Baal on its own terms, in its own historical context, and for its own sake, restoring a god of old to their rightful place in history, religion, and myth. The best place to read the Baal cycle along with other similar Canaanite literature is Coogan and Smith's volume Stories from Ancient Canaan. Excellent introduction and affordable? Have I ever seen? For situating Baal in the wider mythology of the period, especially in the context of the development of Yahwism, Days, Yahweh and the gods of ancient Canaan, along with Cross's Canaanite myth and Hebrew epic, remain the classic and best starting places. Lots of other literature has been written, but those are the places to start. Of course, the Brill edition of the Baal cycle is the best scholarly study, but it is hyper-specialized, and you know, well, it's Brill. Good luck. Finally, if you want to learn a bit of Ugaritic, the language of the Baal cycle, there's a really fantastic manual published in 2009 that allows you to dig into some of the text for translation, along with an admittedly sometimes complex grammar, but It's an ancient dead language, so you kind of know what you're signing up for. But it's pretty neat, especially if you have a little Hebrew already, to be able to read the Baal cycle in the original Ugaritic. But until next time, thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. By the High Middle Ages, the Church's war on heresy had reached a fever pitch. Catastrophic wars, the tortures of the Inquisition, and the searing flesh of relapsed heretics had begun to appear all through Western Christendom. With the Cathars nearly annihilated, the Waldensians fleeing into the mountains, and the spiritual Franciscans burned alive for their desire to follow in the poverty of Christ, the Church now set its sights on the complete destruction of the magical arts. No longer a mere sin among sins, the practice of magic was now increasingly understood as heretical diabolism, worshipping and making a pact with the forces of Satan, a theological gesture foreshadowing the early modern witch hunts. And what had been a short, in the history of the occult arts, a short flourishing of the occult arts and sciences now went into hiding, surviving for centuries in the so-called clerical necromantic underground. However, one certain magician was determined to defend his magical art from the rampaging church militant, composing one of the truly great works of Western ceremonial magic. This Honorius of Thebes, likely a very, very strategic pseudonym, argued the church itself had become virtually possessed by Satan, in that the war against magic was itself diabolical, with popes and cardinals and bishops and priests now directly in the service of demonic forces. The magical arts, he argued, were a gift from God, by which miracles could be wrought through spiritual efficient causation. Indeed, magic was the surest art by which one could gain nothing less than the beatific vision, gazing upon the divine glory, seeing God face to face, as Moses did in this very life. This magical manual, known now typically as the Liber Juratus Honorii, or the Sworn Book of Honorius, is one of the most amazing survivals of medieval Western ceremonial magic, and directly impacted later magical systems, especially the Enochian magic revealed to Dr. John Dee and Sir Edward Kelly. Let's take a tour of this amazing magical manual, itself a protest against the suppression of magical belief. Also, this episode is a collaboration with my dear friend and esteemed colleague, Dr. Angela Puka of Angela's Symposium, who I'm sure most of you know, but she'll be exploring the role of the Sworn Book in the contemporary grimoire revivalism and in contemporary magical practice. So you'll definitely want to check out her content and her channel. Make sure to subscribe and support her amazing work in the study of academic esotericism. But also, if you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and check out my other content and topics in esotericism. And also, if you want to support my work of providing episodes like this, accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube for free, I'd hope you consider supporting my work over at my Patreon with a one-time donation with PayPal. You can use the Super Thanks option. You can even pick up some cool black metal style merch, including a clerical, necromantic, underground, black metal style t-shirt over at the store tab of the channel. So check those out and support the channel any way you like, even just watching the video. I appreciate it. Now, let's turn to the Sworn Book of Honorius. I would suggest perhaps the most impressive textbook of ceremonial magic to survive the ravages of time and the fires of the Inquisition. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The practice of magic has been demonized for so long in Western Christian world that it's difficult to imagine a time when, while not exactly encouraged, I must admit, magical practice was slightly more tolerated. Magical texts were openly translated through royal subsidies, and a culture where Jewish, Islamic, and Christian occult arts and sciences actually flourished together did exist for a brief period. Despite the long suppression of magic, the imprint of this period is still clearly detectable in virtually all the magical texts that have come down to us. Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic, and various other Greek magical words abound. The astral magic of the Islamic world can be found in these texts, especially in how Pseudo-Al-Kindi's theory of the stellar rays underwrote basically all medieval European theories of magical causation. The construction of talismans, even the word talismans, not to mention the word alchemy, the power of divine speech and angelic causation via divine names that derive ultimately from Jewish magic, along with the magical technologies of things like the Christian Mass and exorcism rituals, remain fused in the incredibly complex corpus of the magical texts that have come down to us through the centuries. This development of magical theory and practice seems to have flourished in northern Spain, especially Catalonia, and southern France until around the 13th century, where the Inquisition saw to the end of that. This would also be the same time and place, basically, that would give birth to the Jewish Kabbalah, European alchemy, and the Doulos Christianity that may have been Catharism. However, as I mentioned, none of this was to last. Papal and secular wars against so-called heretics in the Languedoc, the conquest of Al-Andalus by fundamentalist Almohads, then the religious imperialism of the Reconquista, and the rise of Aristotelian rationalism all created an environment increasingly hostile to the occult arts, especially magic, as you can imagine, with the full-blown war on heresy inaugurated by Pope Innocent III, the institutionalization of the Inquisition by Pope Gregory IX, and then finally the nail in the coffin, the explicit theological linkage of magic with diabolical sorcery by Pope John XXII. With all of this, the stage was set for the official and the sustained suppression and prosecution of the magical arts and the burning of its practitioners, not to mention the early modern witch hunts that are coming down the pike. But not without at least there being one magical protest before fleeing underground for centuries. Somewhere in this period of the increased and sustained persecution of magic, the anonymous author of the Liber Iuratus Honorii, or the Sworn Book of Honorius, penned the text as both a thumb in the eye of what he took to be a demonically inspired church, but also that the best of this magical technology could at least survive underground. Better to survive underground than be obliterated. And in some important senses, this medieval author has won the day. And this library, this video, and probably to some degree many of your spiritual practices are all proof that they won. The practice of magic, not its violent suppression, has now carried the day. The text we now mostly know as the Liber Iuratus Honorii, or the Sworn Book of Honorius, is also variously known as the Liber Sacer Liber Iuratus, the Holy and Sworn Book, the Sacred Book of the Angels, and maybe, possibly, the Liber Sacratus, or the Consecrated Book. Dating the text, assuming that it was always just one text, has proven very difficult with a range of between 1100 to 1350, with now most scholars preferring a dating somewhere in the early 14th century, though that's not at all conclusive. Around circa 1230, there was a condemnation of a Liber Sacratus by William of Auvergne, which may refer to the Sworn Book or perhaps an early form of it, though a more reliable entry point into history is sometime around 1346-1347 with the trial of Olivia Pepin. Our earliest surviving manuscripts of the text also appeared during this period as well, the 1340s, with the southern recension of the book represented by the 1346 Summa Sacrae Magici of the Catalan scholar Berengario Ganel, and then the northern recension represented by Sloane 3854, also produced sometime in the mid to early 14th century. So 14th century seems to be where the manuscripts and the first trial records of the text seem to originate. The text itself survives in about 7 manuscripts, most of which are held in England. The others are actually held in Germany, and the historical translations represent this distribution as well, with the text surviving in Latin, that was certainly the language of its original composition, along with an extant English and German translations in various degrees of completeness. Sloane Manuscript 313 is also of some extra interest, at least for the folks who I'm sure watching this episode, in that it was owned by John Dee, and probably referenced directly in the early angelic conversations. It was also, interestingly enough, owned by poet and playwright Ben Jonson. And it says, "I am Ben Jonson's book," at the bottom of one of the leaves. However, none of these texts appear totally complete, and I'll come back to in a minute what these lacunae represent and what separates the different recensions, the northern and southern recensions, in just a moment. The text itself seems to contain 3 distinct sections. One for the construction of the sigil, or the seal of the living and true God. Another detailing an elaborate process by which to induce a beatific vision, or a vision of God, the divine, face to face while still alive. And a final section detailing how to summon various supernatural beings, or daemones, or angels and demons, depending on how you want to cash those out, to accomplish various magical tasks. It's possible that the book that we have now was actually originally 2 separate texts. One for inducing the beatific vision, the second for constructing the seal of God, along with the various daemonic conjurations that seem to primarily use that seal. However, the text as we have it, the Liber Iuratus as it is now come down to us, in both recensions is thoroughly fused, so it is a complete systematic work at this point. The author of the text is pseudo-anonymous, but the prologue of the text found in the northern but not in the southern recension, and thus it might actually date from a slightly later period, perhaps to the papal authority of John the 22nd, the anti-magic pope, and it provides the backdrop for the preparation of the book itself. The prologue details how a council of 89 magicians from Naples and Athens and Toledo, all facing a demonically inspired church seeking to destroy the art of magic, met and elected Honorius, son of Euclid, like that Euclid probably, of Thebes to preserve the art. Working with the angel Hokroel, probably a corruption of the Hebrew Chochmael, or the wisdom of God, they extracted 93 chapters from 7 big books of magic as the flower of all hitherto magical practice. With that book complete, the magical masters swore a series of oaths, ensuring a careful, secret chain of transmission of the art contained within the book. With the book completed, the magical masters swore a series of oaths, ensuring a careful, secret chain of transmission of the art contained within the book, and those 93 chapters, compiled by Honorius of Thebes and consecrated by the angel, were thus vouchsafed by the solemn oaths, and it became known as the Liber Iuratus Honorii. Makes perfectly good sense, the sworn book of Honorius. Now, the only other place that a magically inclined Honorius seems to appear in literature is in Trithemius's Polygraphia, where a Theban alphabet is attributed to him. Now, that's a little weird given that the Thebes in question is not the Egyptian Thebes, it's the Greek Thebes, and that the alphabet that Trithemius gives is a substitution cipher for the Latin alphabet and not the Greek one, but okay. Regardless, that alphabet would be reproduced in Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy and would go on to wide use as a kind of, general occult alphabet, especially in contemporary witchcraft practices, where it gets reproduced in various popular witchcraft books, like I think Buckland's Introduction to Witchcraft. Following that prologue, which again might be a later accretion to the text as it seems to echo a lot of the language more typical of the period of Pope John the 22nd, is a kind of table of contents that's very deceptive. These topics are only sometimes directly covered by the text, but I suppose they could be accomplished through the various daimonic conjurations that are to be found in the later parts of the book. So it looks like a table of contents, but it's really not. In fact, the order of these texts as we have them might be all the result of a later redaction, with the seal of God originally being found at the end of the text rather than at the beginning, as we have it now. I think that orientation is pretty reasonable. But that said, let's walk through the text as we have it in the Northern Recension, our best attested edition, especially in Sloan Manuscript 3854. Following the oath and the, pseudo table of contents, the first section is a secondary prologue or a kind of introduction. It informs us that this magic has its ultimate origin in the revelation of the practice to King Solomon, thus putting us squarely in the Solomonic magical tradition, and especially of their angelology and demonology. They rely on the system of Pseudo-Dionysius, although they do shift some of the angelic groups around. The cherubim are now above the seraphim for some reason, and the principalities are now before the powers, which, again, strange. We learn that these angels serve only God and cannot be summoned by any magus, so the angels are basically all off limits. However, 3 other types of beings can be summoned. The secondary celestial or planetary entities, the aerial and the terrestrial entities can be, and details about how to, do that represent the second part of the book. Further, we're told that the art of magic is possible because the human soul was formed with angelic aid, making us a bit angel-like, and thus able to enjoin angelic powers, summon various spirits, and see the divine face to face, just as the angels do. But, of course, only if you're Christian and Catholic. Specifically only if you're Catholic. Pagans, of course, make sacrifices only to the aerial and earthly spirits who simply trick them into idolatry. Jews, they only have power to do a little bit of conjuration, but they lost most of that when Jesus showed up. While they can summon some spirits, we're told that the spirits don't really answer them truthfully anymore, as they aren't compelled to do so. Why? Because Jews lack the power of faith in the Messianic Christ, so the spirits mostly just muck about them. Interestingly, in the Southern recension of the text, it's not pagans and Jews, but Muslims that the text seems to heap shade upon, perhaps pointing to a Reconquista context, so an interesting difference between the Northern and Southern recensions. But again, this magic is for pious Catholics only. And by pious Catholics, I mean super duper hyper pious Catholics, with a literal priest buddy that you'll need to do this magic with you, like that pious. You'll need to be able to get a priest to do this with you. If you're not Catholic enough to ask a priest to risk their life for you to do this magic, then you're not Catholic enough. Following that second prologue or introduction of the text is the creation of the seal of the true and living God, a magical sigil of tremendous power, perhaps the most powerful sigil in existence from the point of view of this magical school. This series of circles, interlocking hexagons with a central pentagram, is populated with various divine names in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, among with names we don't really fully understand. The outer circumference itself is composed of an abbreviated 72-letter name of God, one of several versions of the elaborated or spoken version of the name of God that are described in the text. This 72-letter divine name is composed of the first letters of 72 other divine names, which are eventually separated into 8 groups of 9 letters, not otherwise enumerated as such in the text, though there is another list of 100 divine names that does include some of them. Again, the relationship between these lists is a bit complicated, and again, some of these are in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and some of them are otherwise totally unknown and mysterious. Now, those 8 new divine words go on to function as new divine names in themselves. These divine names function I don't know, a bit like linguistic divine fractals with nested names within names. This geometric design is to be drafted or written upon virgin parchment, that of a calf, a foal, or a deer, all interestingly kosher animals, written in the consecrated blood of a mole, a turtle dove, a hopi, or a bat. All very unkosher things, but these elements do strike one. The blood of the hopi specifically strikes one as kind of similar to Picatrix-like rituals. Now, this isn't the only use of a Shem HaMeforash used in the text either. Another set of 7 other divine names is also used for conjuring spirits, especially aerial spirits later in the text, and that list seems to potentially be derivative from the Sefer Raziel. However, this seal is central to the magic of the Sworn Book, despite the description of its construction and its historical illustrations of it all being pretty inconsistent from manuscript to manuscript. Regardless, such divine sigils or Solomonic sigils go all the way back to antiquity and legends, and without doubt, this sigil has become the most recognized element of the magic of the Sworn Book via the mystical adventures of Dr. John Dee and Edward Kelly. As you may recall from my episode on the earliest angel magic, the earliest angelic magical system, the Heptarchia Mystica, the angels insisted that Dee and Kelly make use of a divine sigil to be found in one of the many tomes of Dee's occult library during their scrying sessions. One of those texts was probably Sloane 313 of the Sworn Book, along with several other manuscripts of the Sworn Book. Dee, however, was a careful observer and reader of these texts and realized that there were inconsistencies in the manuscripts for the construction of the sigil, and the angels opted for a radical shift. The revelation of a totally new sigil, the Sigillium Deus Emeth, that we have all seen in every Enochian magic book you've ever picked up. Thus, the Enochian sessions have as their jumping off point at least one of the copy, probably at least 2 copies of the Sworn Book, the manuscripts of which survive down to this day. Of course, that sigil would continue to mutate and change, and versions of it and derivatives versions of it have appeared in magical manuals and grimoires all the way down through to today. One might even argue that the circle pentacle of modern witchcraft or Wicca and the inverted version of the Satanic Church are somehow all ultimately downstream of the Sworn Book. The rest of the text, however, has been less influential for reasons that will become pretty quickly pretty obvious. It's really difficult to pull off the magic of the Sworn Book of Honorius. Following the construction of the seal of the true and living God, the text now shifts to what is perhaps its most defining feature, an elaborate ritual for inducing a beatific vision, beholding the divine face to face while still alive. Now, there are a few interesting theological aspects to this discussion of inducing a beatific vision before turning to the practical side of the doing of it. The first is that this text is now wading into theologically contested waters, as the question of when one was allowed to have the beatific vision was quite debated in the Middle Ages. Arguments were made that it was possible while alive, at least for certain mystics, or immediately after death for those who died in grace, or as John the 22nd had it for a while, only after the final judgment. Now, that was a very controversial position that he ultimately repudiated shortly before his own death. I mean, maybe he wanted to slide into home base there at the very end. And this was even repudiated by the theologians at the University of Paris. The Sworn Book is absolutely daring in this regard. Not only could you accomplish the vision while alive, but you could induce it. You could force it, in a sense. And that's a big theological no-no. Why? Because it's like forcing God to come to your party. You can't do that. No one can compel an omnipotent being to do anything, no matter what kind of fancy pants magic you got. So it wouldn't be surprising if William of Auvergne was actually referring to the Sworn Book when he heaped the most extreme scorn on the text that he referred to as the Liber Sacratus. I think it might have been the Sworn Book. The notion of using magic to compel a beatific vision, it does strike one as, well, patently heretical. But this book's all kind of like, sorry, not sorry, and just gets straight down to telling you how to do it. Now, I'm not going to go step by step through the entire extremely elaborate ritual. That's what's called read the book for your own damn self. But suffice to say, the bulk of the Sworn Book is composed of various prayers, litanies, and psalm-like texts. And in this way, it's a bit like like an occult book of hours, if you're familiar with that genre, which are recited over a 72-day period, though in the Southern Ascension it's 40 days. Both of these are numerically significant periods of time, 40 being the fasting time of Jesus and 72 being 72. But it includes periods of fasting, penance, purification, meditation, and lots of going to Mass. Following an initial purification, the first 3 days are spent in Mass, in prayer, and in fasting in preparation for an angelic vision, which will reveal whether or not one should proceed through the rest of the ritual. You might need further purifications or penance, so you might start the process over briefly. If you get the angelic green light in a dream, the next 17 days or so are continued with further shifts in the fasts, additional prayers from the Sworn Book, and again continued daily masses and the consumption of the Eucharist. With this completed, another set of prayers are then initiated, which follow upon the 100 names of God. In addition, the priests officiating the Mass must be sympathetic to you at this point, because certain prayers from the Sworn Book of Honorius must be inserted into the Eucharistic ritual itself. This is not exactly a run-of-the-mill request. In fact, it seems crazy to request a priest to do magic with you. That's how it has to be. Now, the Magus retreats now to an increasingly isolated location, with further fasting and prayers now, including simply local psalms, now praying 3 times a day for the final 7 days of the ritual. On the final evening of the ritual, the prayer pattern is continued, but now a bed of straw is prepared. The Magus is ritually washed in cold spring water. He puts on a flesh-mortifying hair shirt, and then covered with black robes before following at Vespers. He retires for one final extremely elaborate prayer, and you go to sleep. Well, if it all works out, the Magus will be given a vision of the celestial palace, the majesty of the divine glory. You'll get to witness the 9 orders of the angels, in that weird order that Honorius has them, I suppose, and then you'll get to hang out with the company of the spirits of the blessed. Done and done. Now, lots can be said here, but I'll point out just 2 things. The first has to do with the fact that the various prayers the Magus must recite. Recall that the text is represented by a southern and a northern recension. These 2 recensions are most recognizable by the difference in the prayers they make use of through this various cycle of rituals that help to induce this vision. The southern recension typically makes use of a set of 50 or so prayers from a text that it calls the Liber Trium Animarum, or the Book of the 3 Spirits, that's preserved only in the 1346 Summa Sacra Magici. The northern recension, however, draws its prayers, or at least some of its prayers, from the glossed version of the Ars Notoria, often in the asemic lingua mystica of that text. Now, you may recall from my episode on the Ars Notoria that this text is composed of mystical noti, by which the Magus could gain rapid knowledge of the liberal arts by meditating upon and doing a lot of other elaborate rituals. But the text also includes long strings of apparent asemic psalm-like texts. These also function as prayers in the Sworn Book, although I have to admit they're often kind of haphazardly edited into the text sometimes. Now, why there are 2 sets of prayers isn't at all clear, but it's very possible that the Liber Trium Animarum actually represents the older stratum of the text, with the Ars Notoria insertions often being, again, pretty oddly inserted within the text of the Sworn Book. Though, the Ars Notoria sections with their asemic, gibberish-like nature does give the text a more magical quality, whatever that means. Well, I guess unless you're a hardcore Catholic, like you should be, the Book of 3 Spirits makes it more Catholic-y. At any rate, secondly, the language of the celestial palaces used in this text, the role of ritual purity, as well as the incubation sleep vision as part of the promised beatific vision, are all strangely reminiscent of Jewish Hechelot Merkava mysticism, which had, interestingly enough, only entered into Europe from the Near East around the time of the composition of the Sworn Book. This might also help get us around the charge of heresy for inducing a mystical vision. Merkabah texts don't induce the divine to visit upon the Magus, but they propel the Magus into the throne room of the divine, though only if they've very carefully, and I mean very carefully, prepared for that journey. Thus, the Sworn Book might be a Christian remix of Jewish Merkabah mysticism, at least in goal, if not in form. However, and like much Jewish magic more generally, once the vision of the divine is had, this opens the door to a wider range of magical powers, specifically via the conjuration of various spirits that in fact occupy the next section of the book. As I mentioned, the subsequent sections involve the conjuration of various daemones, or spirits, and are in a very strong way contingent upon having mastered the rituals associated with the beatific vision. You can't just skip to the conjurations, really. You gotta really master the beatific vision part first. About half of the beatific vision rituals are actually purifications, which are required for the conjurations of the daemones, thus explaining the somewhat lopsided distribution of the text between the two different ceremonial feats. It's just that the second part relies a great deal on the first part of the book. Further, these rely on a rather idiosyncratic cosmology unique in some ways to the Sworn Book. Following those purifications, along with some others including shaving off all the hair from one's body, which might again be an Islamic nod, the Magus must now decide which type of being is going to be appropriate to summon for their ends. The non-angelic celestial spirits, or planetary spirits, recall that the angels, they serve God alone, they're not going to muck about with you. These are actually planetary spirits. The lower aerial spirits are the terrestrial spirits. You got to figure out which ones you want to summon, though the terrestrial spirits are generally frowned upon because they're kind of demons. The celestial or planetary spirits are typically good to human beings. The aerial are a mix of good and evil. The author of the Sworn Book here actually repudiates the Church's position that all sublunar spiritual creatures are evil. So take that, medieval Church dogma. While the terrestrial spirits are, like I said, pretty much demons as we might understand them, they're mostly associated with doing malevolent things, or at least base things. Various altars are constructed at various altitudes for the representative entities that one might conjure. An elevated mound for the celestial ones, closer up toward the heavens, a surface level one for the aerials, though I will come back to this in a minute, with a lot of pomp and ceremony for the aerial beings, and a circular pit dug into the ground for the terrestrial spirits, along with appropriate suffumigations, pearls for the celestials, a very elaborate incense for the aerial spirits, and, well, sulfur for the terrestrial ones. The seal of the true and living God is often held aloft, along with numerous invocations, which are repeated over and over again for various iterations until the spirits appear or fail to appear. The invocation of the celestial or the planetary spirits is the perhaps most straightforward in many ways, though no less rigorous, and involves a specific couple of magical circles. The conjuration of the aerial spirits is by far the most complex, requiring a completion of the first 14 days of the beatific vision ritual, then further days of unique rituals involving magical wands, 7 swords. You can even hire like 7 of your buddies to help you with this. Another set of divine names written upon the ground, then erased the following day, and then written again. You can have your choice of meat and fish and wine through the ritual. The text even recommends drinking some of that wine as Dutch courage if you freak out given the conjuration of the aerial spirits who are terrifying. You need a candle of virgin wax, you gotta get a special whistle. There are specific planetary seals which aren't provided in the book, though they do appear in manuscript R, but those are actually taken from the Heptameron of Pseudo Albano. You can watch an episode about the Heptameron. And after multiple elaborate rituals, the aerial spirits will appear, but they still must be compelled to obey. Interestingly, the conjurations of the aerial spirits take the form of indirect addresses to the spirits. Where is the spirit of so-and-so? Where is the spirit of so-and-so? And that's taken by scholars like Gershom Scholem to be derivative of the Islamic magical tradition. Again, an echo of the magical cosmopolitan world, probably from which the Sworn Book emerged. At any rate, with all the swords and wands and incense and circumambulations and tapping on the swords with the wands and invocations and all this. This ritual has my vote for wanting to see it recreated. I would love to see someone do this ritual in person. I mean, I'd stand over there, but I'd love to see it. I mean, this would make an absolute amazing sequence in a movie. You could even have a kind of groovy 1980s action montage showing various parts of it all coming together. It just has to be the most elaborate medieval ritual to have survived, and the theatrics and the pomp, they really fire my imagination. So here's my vote for the conjuration of the aerial spirits if you want to make a movie with a cool magical scene. Finally, there is a very brief ritual described for summoning the foul terrestrial spirits, a practice we're told should not really be performed by Christians at all, but here it is just for funsies. I love how he includes it even though he says you shouldn't do it. It's a similar array of purifications and invocations performed. However, again, as I mentioned, the altar for these spirits is sunk into a pit into which another magical circle is made within it. The suffumigation for the terrestrial spirits is sulfur, literal fire and brimstone. Given that these spirits are not just terrifying like the aerial spirits, but also just horrible to gaze upon, it's actually possible to write one's request upon tile with charcoal, then leave it in the pit rather than having these spirits visibly appear to you because they're terrifying and horrible to look at. Now, these base spirits deal with the more base aspects of life, including finding treasure. Because I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of treasure. The final part of this text is a kind of appendix with various texts, including the consecration for the ink for writing out the sigil of God, various further prayers for how to make a magical whistle, Ocarina of Time vibes, and a final benediction marking the text as more or less fully preserved. Indeed, only prayer 11 goes unused in the whole text, and with the exception of the planetary sigils, which again you can kind of get those from Tamaran or other ceremonial texts of the time like CLM 849, all of which might seem to share a common origin in Byzantine ritual magic, so you can get the planetary sigils from those texts. The sworn book is very nearly complete, and it is not just complete, but extremely systematic. And given just how theologically radical it is, the inducing of a beatific vision while alive, if asleep, its open declaration that the Church's condemnation of magic is itself demonically motivated, all the while being a systematic manual for the summoning of various spirits, including what are basically demonic terrestrial forces. All of this taken together makes the survival of this text all the more impressive. I mean, miraculous even. And honestly, we can thank John Dee. Thank you, John Dee, in large part for his role in rescuing and preserving these kinds of texts, often at great peril to himself. I hope I've been able to impress upon you that the Liber Iuratus Honorii, or the Sworn Book of Honorius, is truly one of the standout texts in the history of medieval ritual magic, but also I would argue in all of the Western magical tradition combined. I'm excited that after proving obscure for most of the 20th century, just gets a relatively short mention here in Thorndike, it's finally receiving extensive scholarly treatment in a variety of studies over the past 15 or 20 years. There are now 2 critical editions that have emerged in recent years by Baudet and Herdegard, along with detailed studies in the Penn State series on the history of magic, along with other publications by Fenger and Kiekeffer and Klassen, Matheson, Messler, Page, Veenstra, and others have greatly deepened our understanding of this hugely important text. You can check out their studies in the description if you want to get really deep into studying the Sworn Book. Of course, this is also an opportunity for me to express my gratitude. Joseph Peterson, for publishing the first online edition of the text that you could actually get access to, but also preparing the best English translation of the text in print. Now, if you want to study these texts, its ritual and its imagery, your best bet is to get one of the critical editions. Make sure to get Joseph Peterson's edition, and then dive into this amazing text. our understanding of the origins of Western ceremonial magic are still in their infancy. But the Liber Iuratus Honorii, or the Sworn Book of Honorius, I argue will prove decisive in both the history and trajectory of magic in theory and practice. Again, make sure to check out Dr. Puka's companion episode, especially on how the Sworn Book has functioned into contemporary grimoire traditionalism and grimoire revivalism. Her channel is amazing. Make sure to check it out. More magic to come. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. And treasure.
Goblins are breaking the chains, rise of the demons in the blood rain. Gripped in my hand is the dagger ordained. This liberation through flames, this liberation through flames. Goblins are breaking the chains, rise of the demons in the blood rain. Gripped in my hand is the dagger ordained. This liberation through flames. This the liberation through flames. Rise of the demons in the blood rain. Gripped in my hand is the thing. Illumination, ripping the matrix, breaking the chains, removing the veil. I come from the hell. I am a friend with fire, I'm bringing the magical spells. I summon the Lucifer, he is my brother, but ones of the darkness are bringing the knowledge and light. Seeing our devil wings and we take flight. Turning to free you all from the corruption. Through the powers of darkness, I will never die when I burst in the flames of the fire combustion. Walking the path of the isolate individual consciousness. Feeling a storm of set breaks of darkness. Magic means to ascend. Black is the color of knowledge hidden. Azazel hands me the blade. Summon forth undead shades. Bringing the spirits of the shadow way. I am the goblin resurrected. Resurrected goblin gonna hex. Fall into my spell of a hex. And you thinking that it's fiction. Then I will send you to the realm of ghost apparitions. I am a devil. I'll take a joyride in your physical vessel. Underneath the moon, I am the Druge. Praying to a god, you are a fool. I bled on the sigil that will summon Lucifuge. In the ritual, I will raise from the tomb. I am the master of the doom. Goblins are breaking the chains. Rise of the demons in the blood rain. Gripped in my hand is the dagger ordained. This liberation through flames. This liberation through flames. Goblins are breaking the chains. Rise of the demons in the blood rain. Gripped in my hand is the dagger ordained. This liberation through flames. Look me in my eyes, you see the flame. In this world I came to liberate. To the elites I bring a deadly fate. Showing the mercy to swinging the deck and decapitate. Chanting the incantation and watching them disintegrate and burning down the Christian place. Blood dripping on the page. Do not listen to what the media say. Steady putting lies in your brain. They got your mind in the prison. They made you believe in religion. I'm spinning a cryptic, looking up at the constellation crucifixion. I'm disappearing with the instant transmission. Up in my dream, having the murderous vision. Bringing the Armageddon. Something special about the day of reckoning. They are gonna bleed for what they have done to you and me. In their neck, sucking blood is the fang of the vampire. Channel the wicked essence in my dagger. Creeping, gonna slash ya. I'm the spellcaster, taking your move like Taskmaster. I'm spitting the wicked and spitting, I'm killing you wannabe rappers. You coming up to my wicked mountain mobbing. You and your whole team will be meeting a terror goblin. Over my book of black and magic, looking behind me and the world is crashing. Then the blood rains. The necromantic skeletons are raising from the graves. Waging an undead army to be putting an end to the mind plague. You have the power of everything in your own brain. Use your mind and break from the chains. Goblins are breaking the chains. Rise of the demons in the blood rain. Gripped in my hand is the dagger ordained. This liberation through flames. This liberation through flames. Goblins are breaking the chains. Rise of the demons in the blood rain. Gripped in my hand is the dagger ordained. This liberation through flames.
don't donate. You are not obligated to give me a penny. You do not have to donate. You do not have to care. My light bill, my internet bill, my cell phone bill, my lights, my goddamn rent. You do not have to give a fuck, period. You don't gotta give a fuck about how I feel about it. You don't give a fuck if I'm gonna be homeless. So for anybody donating to me, I appreciate it. That's why I have lists of who donates what to me. Because in the name of the Lord's grace, I know I'm gonna be a millionaire one day soon. I know it. And I'm going to stunt on all these niggas. Everybody that's donated, everybody that's been there for me for all these years, I'm gonna send them something that they ain't gonna never expect. I want to throw it in everybody's face when they say you're gonna be a failure, when they say that you're never gonna be successful. I'm gonna throw it in everybody's face. You don't think I wanna send y'all? I'm gonna send y'all $500, $250. Watch when that time come. I swear on my grandma. I swear on my, and I want all of y'all to click this shit right now. I swear on my grandma's spirit, when that check hit me, motherfucker, God forbid if the check don't hit me, nigga, when I make millions, watch how much I stuck on niggas. Watch how much I send to motherfuckers. I'm gonna show all of y'all, I'm gonna prove to everybody. Cause niggas talk shit about me for a long time, bro. Niggas talk, thank you, senpai. I appreciate you, senpai. I appreciate that $10. Visage, and that's what we're gonna call it. God bless you, senpai. Visage, we're gonna call it the Sigma Stimulus. That's a beautiful name. That's what we're gonna call it, Visage. We're gonna call it the Sigma Stimulus. Because when I help the niggas out that already helped me, I'm gonna throw it in niggas' face to talk that shit, Visage. Because you helped me many times, Visage. You think I ain't gonna send you something? Watch, clip that shit right now, Bobby. I want every one of y'all to clip this shit right the fuck now. Watch when that check hit, nigga. Watch when that check hit, nigga. I already put in my notes. I'm giving about $100,000 to y'all niggas. And y'all think I'm bullshitting. And you know what? I'm not upset at y'all if you think I'm bullshitting. Because so many niggas in this world bullshit. And so many niggas in this world lie. But guess what? With the Lord's grace, I did this shit 19 years. Why would I tell you to clip it if I'm lying to you? When the check hit, watch. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't even give a fuck. Y'all believe? Of course y'all shouldn't believe. Look how many niggas lie to y'all in your personal life. Look how many niggas lie on YouTube. So y'all not supposed to believe what the fuck I'm telling you right now anyways. You have your smart sense. But for the few niggas that know me for years, you know I ain't bullshitting. Wait when that check hit. Wait. I'm gonna stunt on everybody. I'm gonna stunt on these motherfuckers. I'm gonna put money on the side for myself so I survive for at least 20 years. And the rest of the money going back to the nation is going back to people that's been there for me. Big Lou getting a big ass fucking check. Tony getting a big ass fucking check. Cephas getting a big ass fucking check. I'm gonna buy Uncle Brian a fucking house. I'm gonna pay off my godmother house. Niggas getting checks up in this bitch. Now, of course, you ain't supposed to believe in what the fuck I tell you. Cause so many niggas lie to y'all online. I can't get upset at y'all. Y'all don't believe my ass. But watch, the day gonna come. I'm gonna call this shit Cash App Fridays, Cash App Wednesdays. The day gonna come. I'm gonna show everybody that's been there for me for all these years that I appreciate. I might should have tell. Y'all don't, like my nigga Rhyme Time. Every couple of days he tell me I love you. I got something coming for all y'all niggas. Watch. Pray. You don't gotta pray, because I already prayed. But if you want something to come back for your ass, you've been there for me for years, you think I'm gonna lie on my grandma? You think I'm gonna lie on the Lord's grace? Wait when that check hit, nigga. I'm gonna show everybody. I'm gonna show everybody. Y'all ain't gotta give a fuck about me all these years. Y'all ain't had to give a fuck about me. So I'm gonna give a fuck about you, because I don't give a fuck about you either. Most of these niggas, they take a donation, they gonna run. They say, oh, I got these niggas for $20, I got these niggas for $100. Watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make history up in this bitch. Watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make history up in this bitch. Watch what I'm gonna do. And I want, don't bullshit, I want y'all niggas to say, you full of shit, you lying, you making this shit up. I want you to say it. Because when the day come with the Lord's grace, I'm going to show everybody they full of shit. For putting my name in that dirt like that. For putting my name in that dirt like that, I'm going to show everybody you was wrong for that shit. You was wrong for it. And I still appreciate your ass. Watch. Watch. Watch what happens. Watch. Because I already got my money set aside for what I want for me. You know what I'm saying? I already know what I want for me. I just want a home. I want to pay the home off. I want to pay 10 years of property tax. I get that shit. I'm good. I get a couple of cars that I like. Fuck hamster sister. I'm good. I had to make a joke. But I'm good, bro. After that shit, I'm good. People like my nigga Tony. I'm going to say y'all what it is. I'm gonna tell y'all some little tea. I'm gonna put y'all on some tea. Thank you pie is good for the $2. I bet the black people who are watching right now are getting for fucking with you. No. They're not gonna regret it, pie is good. Wait when that check hit. They don't think that check gonna hit. Pie is good. You've been with me for a long time. Don't think I forgot who you are, bro. And people say, well, you just wanna give back to the people that get to you. I want to make history. I want to make history. Look, I'm gonna cry. 2 days ago, I went to get me some goddamn food from the pizzeria place down the street. I seen a homeless man out there. I don't know what it is, y'all. I'm about to cry right now. I don't know what it is. Because I see so many homeless people. It was 60 degrees outside. He was laying outside right by the door for the pizzeria. I felt so bad. I gave him $1. I said, hey, bro, what do you want to eat? Because that's what usually I do outside of gas stations. When I see homeless people, I say, bro, what do you want to eat? He said, well, I really can't eat hot wings. Give me acid reflux. I can't drink sodas. I said, bro, what you want? He said, I would like a chicken parmesan sandwich and apple drink, apple juice. Because I can't drink soda. I said, nigga, I went and I paid for it. I got in my car after I paid for it. I shed tears. I don't know why. It fucking with me to this day. It's 3 days later. I don't know why. It keep fucking with me. I can't keep seeing these homeless people out there. I see these homeless people out here. I say, I gotta give them something to eat. That young man was sitting outside that goddamn door at that pizzeria restaurant. I don't know why it keep making me cry. I don't know why. After them 3, I seen homeless people so often in my life. This ain't the first time. I don't know what it is about that young man. I don't know what it is. But I don't know. My emotions ain't there right now, y'all. I'm on ashwagandha. It's not like I'm depressed and I'm sad and I'm giving up. Something in my heart, I don't know what it is. It making me so upset. Seeing people going through this shit. It's making me so upset, y'all. I don't know what it is. It's making me upset. Of course the man on drugs. Of course the man possibly on drugs. Of course the man possibly, doing things he shouldn't be doing. Don't think I feel some type of way. I'm not stupid, bro. Of course I think the man may be on drugs. I don't know what it is, y'all. 3 days ago, I seen that nigga out there. It was rain. It was cold. He's sitting outside. I shed so many tears in that goddamn car. I don't know why. It's fucking with me. It's fucking with me 3 days later. I don't know why. They could be so upset. In the J-No situation, maybe that too, the J-No situation. J-No baby mama told me if she don't reply, cause I'm gonna tell y'all something, I gave J-No baby mama $40. J-No don't know this. J-No could be watching this shit right now if he ain't trying to commit that side. Like Big Lou said, J-No could be watching this shit right the fuck now. I don't fucking know. She called me, she said, J-No, take my money. I ain't even got nothing to eat. God damn it! She said, Sickness, if I don't reply to you, if I disappear, J-No killed me. It's been 5 days. I ain't heard nothing from that young lady. I sent her $40. Not this month or last month, it was months ago. Yo, I think that nigga killed that woman. I think that nigga killed that woman. That's why he tried to kill himself. I don't know why I care. The darkness has won on this land for far too long. I'm gonna be the nigga that fight back. I'm gonna do what's right. I'm tired of it, y'all. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the millionaires and the billionaires. I'm tired of the celebrities. I'm tired of it. I'm gonna win. You hear me now? I'm gonna win. I'm gonna prove to everybody to believe in the Lord's grace. What? I'm gonna prove to everybody to believe in the Lord's grace. What? What would I do? What? God damn it! Shit! That's why I love drinking, y'all. I wouldn't have this emotion if I didn't drink. How you guys doing tonight? You right, E. Austin. Chill out, bro. I gotta go piss. Fuck these niggas, man! Pure darkness in the world today! People are evil here! I'm tired of it! I'm tired of the evil winning here! I'm tired of it! I'm tired of that shit, man! See what? So how you guys doing tonight? Right Versace, bipolar ass. Wipe your mouth, bro. Nigga, I'm so upset. Whew, shit. How y'all doing? I came here at a crazy time. See, that's what people say. You see what I'm talking about? Love you, Kiara. You see what I'm talking about? When someone crying about the Lord's light. I came here at a crazy time. You bipolar, I'm bipolar, because I care about people that's going through dark times. But motherfuckers out here crying about animals and shit, and y'all niggas think that's okay. I'm crying about the darkness on this land. Oh, he bipolar. I came here on a crazy time. Niggas was always gonna put me down for having genuine emotions about a dark world that we live in. You know why I have genuine emotions about a dark world I live in? Because I was supposed to be like that evil ass nigga J-No. My mother gave me up. It kills me every day. My father gave me up. My family gave me up. Many friends gave me up. I was supposed to be an evil motherfucker out here. I was supposed to ruin lives. Instead, I said I'm gonna make corny ass jokes on YouTube. I said I'm gonna be a comedian. So you can put me down subliminally all you want. I'm bipolar. Oh, he crying because he drunk. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna fight back against the darkness on this realm. You so busy following celebrities that don't give a fuck about y'all. You so busy following YouTubers that don't give a fuck about y'all. You so busy following fake ass niggas that will never care about you, nigga. At least I care about you. At least I care. So let me shed my tears. Let me be a damn bipolar person. Let me be upset, because at least I care. So how you guys doing? Who the fuck is joining Lucas, CG7? Thank you, Minx. I love you too. Oh, people donated. Thank you. I love you too, Jenny Z. Thank you for actually caring about us. That's God. Thank you, honey. Luke left me a long message. Bro, I love you. I'm so sorry that you have to hold all this pain inside. I'm here for you to share this burden with you. Cry. I'm always here for you. I know, Blue. I know who's here for me, who ain't. I got a lot of plans for the future. Even though I'm crying, I'm inebriated.
The birth, survival, twilight, and ultimate demise of divine beings seems to follow its own evolutionary patterns, such that some gods endure without significant cultic or theological change for centuries, while others blaze onto the world stage only to burn themselves up into extinction almost as soon as they appeared. Indeed, a given god must perform a careful balancing act to persist much through human time, marked by seemingly unending upheavals. On the one hand, a divine being must have a definite enough quality to attract and maintain worshippers, and yet, at the same time, such a god cannot be so rigid or its cult so conservative that it cannot endure significant adaptation and change, the only surety of our mundane world. Too far in one direction makes a god unappealing. Too far in the other dooms them given religious fashion and change, frankly. And surely, through the eons, some gods have adapted, and many gods have gone extinct. Though one god has proven to be rather successful, oddly enough, not that that makes them a better god or even a real god, beyond all reasonable historical expectation. In fact, this god, whose simple name means something like the one that exists, emerged from the sands of Bronze Age obscurity to eventually become not just a national god, but, in the end, simply the god for the overwhelming majority of the world's population now. But just how did a tribal warrior storm god, Yahweh, go from being a god, a minor god among gods much more ancient and much more powerful, enduring up till then at least, to simply becoming God, the sole god of all that is in the mythology of billions? If you're interested in magic and hermetic philosophy, alchemy, or Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other topics on contents and esotericism. And also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics here in esotericism, here on YouTube, freely accessible, I'd hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon, or with a one-time donation, with the Super Thanks option, or perhaps you'd buy a shirt over at our merch store on the channel. But now, let's turn to a god that all of us know of, but none of us really know much about, Yahweh, or the one that exists, the deity at the core of the Abrahamic faiths and beyond. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. As you might imagine, this is an episode I've been wanting to make for a long time, and I've been absolutely dreading having to make it for even longer. The importance of an episode on Yahweh is basically self-evident, but the challenges to making it should be equally self-evident. The literature on this topic is vast, utterly vast. It's spread over a dozen or so languages, performed by ingenious specialists with an encyclopedic grasp of the material, and yet an entire argument or series of arguments can hinge on a single suffix of an inscription. I'm looking at you, Kuntilit, a Druid pronomial suffix problem. And, of course, with Yahweh being at the core of the Abrahamic religions, historicizing such a being can easily be taken as an assault on the very core of those religions. If you historicize Yahweh, everything else might just disappear into the air. And yet, that's the task at hand. So it should go without saying that virtually everything I'm going to say in this episode can and would be taken to task by an army of specialists, and can in no way taken to be definitive, because there is simply that little consensus among the specialists. But I'd rather hazard an episode on the topic than just throw my hands up and say, oh, it's utterly frustrated by the difficulty and the complicatedness and the specialization of the topic. Better, as that famous saying of Beckett goes, ever tried, ever failed, no matter. Try again, fail better. So here's to failing better in the name of public education. Also, on a personal note, using the name Yahweh is just simply an academic attempt to vocalize the name of the Israelite tribal god, and not some attempt to actually utter a magical divine name, much less take such a name in vain. In fact, public education is just about the furthest thing from my mind when I think about doing something in vain. And lastly, this is an academic channel, and I check my religious commitments at the door, and historical facts and evidence are what matter here, not my personal beliefs. And really, when we allow our faith to dictate our history, we really just betrayed both. I guess I'll just come out of the gate with it. The origins of Yahweh are utterly unknown. The name may appear first in the 14th century BCE of an enemy list of Amenhotep III, in a similar but later list in the 13th century BCE by Ramses II as the Shasu of Yahweh, or the Shasu of Yahu. It's not quite clear how that was pronounced. The Shasu were semi-nomadic pastoralists, typically associated with raiding and general big brigandry. The Egyptian name for their name actually indicates their nomadic existence, to roam about, while the name taken up into Semitic and Hebrew means something like to raid or to plunder. So there's a clue what they were. While the name Yahweh does seem to appear here, it also seems to be functioning primarily as a toponym rather than as a theonym, but that other Shasu in the list are also associated with the region of Seir, it's a mountain range in the southwestern Transjordan, is probably going to prove salient here in just a moment. Whether the Shasu were Proto-Israelites isn't clear, but it seems reasonable to think that there was probably some connection, and ditto with the Hyperu and the social then ethnic groups, the Hebrews, that began as a social group, not an ethnic group, who were also associated with brigandry. So this is a fun origin story. Israel first appears to enter history on the Merneptah stele, as the son of Ramses II, like his 13th son, where he claims victory such that the Canaan has been plundered into every sort of woe. Ashkelon has been overcome, Gezer has been captured, Yanoam is made non-existent. Israel is laid waste and his seed is not. Huru has become a widow because of Egypt. It's perhaps worth mentioning here that the Egyptian determinative on Ashkelon, Yanoam, and Gezer indicate foreign city. This is the triple mountain determinative, whereas Israel has the foreign ethnic group determinative, though, to be sure, the use of determinatives by Egyptian scribes can be all over the place, kind of arbitrary. The southerly geographic placement may also be important, though. Note that the Israelites that Merneptah claims to annihilate aren't actually associated here with the Shasu, so that's interesting. And of course, their god, the God of Israel, and none of these gods is mentioned here. The first historical archaeological link between Israel and Yahweh as a god dates to much, much later in the Iron Age, where the 9th century BCE Mesha Stele, Victory Stele, brags of dragging vessels of Yahweh before Chemosh as the Moabite kingdom rebelled and escaped Amorite Israelite hegemony in the region. Thus, it seems that southern Levantine nomads and raiders were associated with Yahweh, perhaps as a kind of theological toponym, and that by the 13th century BCE, an ethnic group known as Israel, at least to the Egyptians, existed in a similar area, and that by the 9th century BCE, the Israelite house of Omri seems to have had Yahweh as an important, probably as their national god, as opposed to the Moabite Chemosh, before which those vessels, the aforementioned vessels, were dragged. Now, given the paucity of the archaeological record, which is basically that, what can we glean from our other surviving body of evidence, that is to say, Israelite literature as edited and compiled into the Hebrew Bible about the origins of Yahweh, or what we might call primitive Yahwism, or the cult of Yahweh before its assimilation into the Canaanite heartland, the Canaanite cult, and the Canaanite pantheon more generally. Now, to do this, it appears that the best methodology would be to take the earliest linguistic strata of the Israelite literature as it appears in the Hebrew Bible, especially the Song of the Sea at Exodus 15, 1-18, Judges 5, or Devorah's Song, Psalms 18, 29, 68, Genesis 49, among other scattered memories of very linguistically archaic mentions of Yahweh and his cult. From this, a rough sketch of primitive Yahweh can be made. It appears that the deity's original heartland was Seir, Edom, Teman, with Mount Sinai actually probably originally lying in that region. Recall the Shasu of Seir earlier. That is to say, the northwestern Arabian Peninsula, just east of the Dead Sea. It appears that Yahweh was probably originally a warrior god, perhaps associated with raiding and women warband prophets. Further, the central manifestation of Yahweh seems to have been storms, specifically the catastrophic thunderstorms that result in the deadly flash flooding, which actually plagues that region down to this day. Petra, the same region where Yahweh may have come from, was engineered around managing just those thunderstorms. Oh, and you can see video of what those flash floods look like in that region, and they are terrifying. At some point in the late Bronze, or probably the early Iron Age, the Yahweh cult made its way into the Judean highlands, likely settling at a cult center in Shiloh. This corresponds roughly to the biblical period of Judges. The nomadic and possibly mercantile nature, note the mention of caravans in the Song of Devorah, which is, by the way, probably the earliest text in the Hebrew Bible, of primitive Yahwists might explain the diffusion of the cult. That is to say, it was spread through mercantile trade. This diffusion is probably overdetermined, however, especially if raiding were involved. Of course, the major historical backdrop of all of this is the Bronze Age collapse. Through the 13th century BCE, civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean experienced a cascading systems collapse. Real scary, resulting in mass migration from the Aegean, i.e. the sea peoples, imperial border regression and local hegemony collapse on the part of the various empires, especially the Egyptians, imperial collapse, just full-blown civilization collapse for the Hittites and the city-state of Gerar, and generalized urban disintegration, note at a site like the city of Gezer. In fact, it may be that the conditions of the Bronze Age collapse allowed for the power vacuum in which, one, raiding as a means of survival would have emerged, and a raiding cult headed by a warrior raiding god like Yahweh might have proven pretty popular in the chaos. I mean, imagine what kind of religions would emerge in the world of Mad Max or something like that. Though this is just speculation, and that disruption in the Bronze Age collapse is probably what allowed the various states to revolt, resulting in Renata putting them down. But also, especially the collapse of Egyptian hegemony in the region, and this is very important. This would have allowed de facto independence, especially in the Canaanite highlands, because who wants to go up there? And it isn't surprising to me that Yahweh's cult and its military, political, state-building wing would settle in relatively remote Shiloh before spreading north and south into the highlands and then pushing west down into the Shvela to contest eventually with the Sea People, who also got a foothold in former territory of Egyptian hegemony. This, of course, is the Peliset, as we know them from the Egyptian literature, or from the Bible as, well, you guessed it, the Philistines. Thus, by Iron 1, or roughly around 1200 to 1000 BCE, Yahweh had probably come to settle in the Canaanite highlands, thus marking the end of primitive Yahwism and the beginning of an incredibly complex process by which elements of Canaanite religious and cultic systems would be negotiated with both the cult, but also the very divine person of Yahweh through a process of theological convergence and assimilation, divergence and cultic antagonism, and especially early monarchic syncretism. To appreciate this process, it's best to explore this complex dialectic on two axes, one being the Canaanite pantheon itself, but the other being the progression through time from the period of the Judges and through the monarchy's complex cultic relationships marked by syncretism in the north primarily, but more punctuated by Yalu monolatry in the south before the eventual transition to monotheism in the exilic and really the post-exilic period. So let's begin by exploring the dynamics of theological convergence and divergence, or cultic antagonism, with the Canaanite pantheon and Yahweh. Most of our knowledge of the Canaanite pantheon stems from the discoveries of vast royal libraries of the city of Ugarit, another victim of the Bronze Age collapse. What has emerged from this center are significant collections of mythological and cultic documents deeply detailing the nature, personalities, and mythic deeds of the various Canaanite gods in that pantheon. Though two caveats are perhaps in order. The first is that this trove may represent a specifically royal, specifically Ugaritic expression of the Canaanite theology and its myth cycles. The second is that these documents date to the mid-12th century at the latest. The city itself was probably destroyed around 1185 BCE, which is hundreds of years and still quite a distance away from the locus classicus of the development of the Israelite cult down a good bit southerly in the highlands. Thus, we don't know to what degree the Canaanite cult expressed itself specifically in that region, down in the highlands, and this is especially true because the Canaanite written record in that area is remarkably poor. It's basically non-existent. So, to what degree can we take the Ugaritic text to be representative of Southern Highlander cult? Not clear. With those caveats aside, the head of the Canaanite pantheon was the grandfatherly god El, simply God. Indeed, some theories actually have that Yahweh was a local, very far southern manifestation of El, but I think that's probably doubtful. Though Deuteronomy 39 seems to be an archaic recall when Elyon, a manifestation of El, parceled out the world, providing Yahweh specifically with the lands of Jacob Israel. This is probably a rare survival from a period where Yahweh was still kind of subservient to Elyon and before theological convergence with El more generally. However, it's clear that the Yahwists were pretty comfortable enough with El to allow for significant amounts of assimilation of El features onto Yahweh, even when those features perhaps stood in significant contrast to the strident warrior of the primitive cult. One of the more striking features of these is the assimilation of El as an elderly, wise god. El is known as the father of years in the Ugaritic myth cycles, and it's perhaps this image of an elderly, white-bearded deity as assimilated onto Yahweh from Canaanite El that has probably proved the most visibly enduring in popular perception and art. If you imagine an old bearded dude as God, you're imagining El. Attached to this elder character is also El's wisdom, a trait not typically associated again with a warrior god. They don't need to be wise or smart. Further, Yahweh's partially converged as a creator deity, but only partially converged. The name Yahweh probably just meant the one that is, or he is, and was primitively not associated with creative powers. Again, warrior gods don't do much creating stuff. And the verbal form to twist his name, Yod He Vav He, into a creative form, the verbal form that we know as the Hifil in Hebrew, it never appears in Israelite literature. Thus, it's unsurprising that a great deal of the creative work in the Bible is typically associated with the divine names like El, and especially Elohim. Even note a name like Elkanah, El creates, never really appears with a Yahwistic theo form. We never get a Yahwistic version of that name. Thus, we have a situation where not only are elements of El assimilated to Yahweh, but that the early Israelites were even comfortable enough with a theological identity made between the two. They combine El and Yahweh. It's very clear in the Hebrew Bible. Thus, many elements of Canaanite El, though not all of them, definitely not all of them as we'll see in a moment, are assimilated to Yahweh, or, with the identity being established, the powers and features of El de facto become those of Yahweh. An element of this transfer, especially in the earlier period, was El's divine council, including a retinue of quasi-divine bureaucrats such as the prosecuting attorney Ha-Satan, but also the military leader, the Sar Tzava, but also including the 70 sons of El, or Elyon. Of course, these sons would also later become demoted to angels as monotheism took root before descending to earth to mate with human women in Genesis 6, and all of that gets developed, of course, in the book of Enoch. Though, like creation, this assimilation of the divine council was not total. The sons always appear as sons of El, the divine appellation there, never the sons of Yahweh. Though, along with these originally quasi-divine beings would also come an entire retinue of celestial objects, because the sky, especially things like stars, the sun, and the moon, that were all worshipped in the region as well. One of those beings, Halel ben Shachar, probably Venus, appears in the divine council as a kind of insurgent upstart cast down to Canaanite Sheol, the underworld of the Israelites, and an oracle against a king of Babylon, probably Nebuchadnezzar. Of course, this character would later go on to become modified in Christian mythology to become the Satanic Lucifer in that tradition, showing just how long of a half-life these beings can have. That being goes all the way back to ancient Canaanite celestial mythology. Another interesting instance has a deceptive spirit, a Ruach Sheker, being recruited by Yahweh to fool some of the prophets to ensure the death of King Achav. Of course, Psalm 82 also captures this assimilation of El's divine council very clearly. He's speaking to members of the divine council, called gods. Perhaps the most peculiar assimilation of this to the warrior god Yahweh are actually El's traits as merciful and compassionate. This is an outstanding trait and sensible for the grandfatherly El, who even has a bit too much to drink from time to time. There are some great stories in Ugaritic myth cycles about that. And it is an interesting but reasonable assimilation onto a god whose prehistory of warfare and brutal raiding must transition. It has to transition when you go into a more sedentary cult where, you can't solve all your problems through violence anymore, even most of your problems through violence. Thus, this results in contemporary readers' whiplash reading the Hebrew Bible, where the deity there seems to absolutely delight in wading in blood of his foes and killing people, and then you turn a few pages later, and this is a God whose mercy and compassion never fail. That's because you have two gods being welded together here who have very different traits. Of course, not all elements of Yahweh were assimilated equally by the Israelites. One of the important epithets of El was Bull El, and bull iconography, eventually all iconography, especially in the South, was apparently polarizing among the Israelites. It appears that the northern variants of the cult accepted El Yahweh Bull iconography, with Jeroboam I setting up very distinct bull imagery at his Yahweh shrines at Bethel, the name there, House of El, and Dan. Actually, Dan is the only surviving Yahweh shrine in the world, from antiquity at least, along with Tel Arad in the south, but it's mostly been deconstructed and put in the Israel Museum. These are the only two Yahweh shrines that survive into the archaeological record. Now, while this bull imagery might have been primitive to Yahweh, it's much more likely that it was a northern assimilation from the El cult, that the southern cult, by the way, preferring the ark's cherubim as its major cult symbol, but it was actually just more generally aniconic in its disposition, generally grew to detest, especially as the Northern Kingdom grew in power and prestige, and, well, the Amorites were very powerful, and the Southerners probably felt jealous of them and hated their cows. Indeed, the golden calf narrative itself may be a southern polemic against the Norse assimilation of this dimension of El's cult, the importation of this bull imagery. Finally, El had a divine consort, a Thirat, but I'll come back to her when I discuss Asherah in just a moment. If the relationship of Yahweh and El was assimilation to convergence, then the relationship with the Canaanite warrior and storm god Baal, literally the Lord, is going to be characterized by assimilation to not only divergence, but also just straight up cultic antagonism. The discovery of the Ugaritic Baal cycle has done more to inform our understanding of the local ancient mythology of that region than perhaps any other group of texts outside, of course, from the Hebrew Bible. Here, Baal is famous for his triumphs over the chaotic forces of the sea, or Yam, his fight with death, to the death, when he subsequently resurrected and achieved detente with Mot, or the god of death, with the aid of the fierce fertility warrior goddess Anat, thus providing for the life-giving winter rains in the region before being exalted as virtually the king of the entire world. Virtually every element of the Baal cultus will intersect with Yahweh and his cult, very probably because of just how similar the deities were and how very popular Baal must have been compared with the relative upstart Yahweh in the region. As I mentioned, both gods were associated with storms, especially for their life-giving rains in the region. However, they're both associated with storms of very different kinds. Yahweh was likely associated with the terrifying thunderstorms and flash floods of the southern Arava regions, whereas Baal was associated primarily with the coastal winter storms, without which the arid region would struggle to bloom. Both storm gods, very different kinds of storms. However, as Yahweh settled into the region, the motif of him as a rider upon the clouds, one virtually shared with Baal, would be extended not just to the thunderstorms of the south, but also to the coastal rains as well. This element becomes assimilated easily onto Yahweh. Numerous evidence of these storm theophanies abound, though Psalm 29 conforms so much with Baal imagery that some scholars have just kind of argued that it's a literal Yahweh for Baal substitution hymn. It's like cut and paste Yahweh for Baal, though it's a little simplistic. Further, elements of Baal's contest with the sea, or Yam and its dragon Lotan, are mirrored in early Israelite Yahwism, with a similar contest most notably in the third creation story of the Bible, found in Psalm 74, and of course in Job, where the defeat of sea monsters, specifically Leviathan, were a necessary aspect of forging the world from watery chaos to order. This is a pretty common myth cycle in the ancient Near East. Ironically, this defeat of Leviathan would be later transposed into a world-ending apocalypse in later mutations of the myth, both in Judaism and in Christianity. Further, Baal contest with death, or Mot, is often just demythologized in general, such that Yahweh has control over both life and death, and in some passages, Yahweh is even described as swallowing up death. This is a very big flex, an ironic flex, over Yahweh's power over life and death, because it's exactly death that's described in Ugaritic myth as having a gaping maw. It does the swallowing, not gods. Further, the dwelling place of Baal on Mount Zaphon, modern-day Jebel Akra, became metonymized into Hebrew as just the word for north, with Yahweh also primitively associated with mountains, especially Sinai Moriah. The title El Shaddai probably is just another reference to how a mountain El is assimilated over to Yahweh from the Akkadian word for mountain. Though eventually Mount Zion is eventually going to be substituted out for Mount Zaphon for pride of place, but the metonymy, Zaphon as the word for north, it continues into Hebrew to this very day. Of course, with both being warrior and storm gods, it's unsurprising that Yahweh would be pitted against Baal in cultic combat. It seems to be a video game. Baal's popularity can be seen in the numerous, over a dozen theonomic place names associated with him. These are probably local manifestations of Baal, akin to the way that Roman gods were locally manifest, or even the way you get sort of avatars of Mary in various places, Our Lady of so-and-so. And further, the horror Baal's worship seems to have inspired in certain Israelite writers and prophets. And further, it's also pretty clear that in at least the first half of the monarchy, there was a pretty strong attempt to syncretize Yahweh-Baal worship, which seems reasonable, with Baal cultic objects placed in otherwise specifically Yahwistic shrines, probably to please both the local population but also the exogamous wives for whom Baal was the central native god in their religion. The Israelites would marry outside of the Israelite group in order to basically secure international relationships like everyone else. Thus, this was very likely an attempt to assimilate Baal to Yahweh, just as with El in the north. However, the southern cult was never quite this comfortable, and purges by several southern kings, such as by Hezekiah, Jehu, and most famously Josiah, sought to completely deracinate non-Yahweh worship and even non-Jerusalemite Yahweh worship. They didn't even want you worshiping Yahweh somewhere else. However, it appears that by the 8th century BCE that the Israelite prophets, such as Elijah and Elisha, really rejected any form of syncretism, and the narrative describes multiple contest-like ordeals between the Israelite Yahweh partisans and the Baal cult and the Asherah cult, especially as backed by Ahab and his Phoenician wife Jezebel, who gets an unwarrantedly evil reputation. You can hear, by the way, the Baal theonym in her name. In fact, the scribes of the Hebrew Bible so hated Baal that theonymics employing his name underwent taboo replacement with the Hebrew word for shame, Boshet. Thus, names like Esh-Baal become Esh-Boshet, Meri-Baal become Meri-Boshet. Even the goddess Astarta becomes Ashtoreth, using the vowel pattern from the word for shame to muck about with her name. Further, the phrase Prince Baal or Baal Zebul famously becomes Baal Zebub, the Lord of the Flies, and even Daniel's term for the abomination of desolation, Shekutz Meshomaim, may become actually a pun on Baal Shemen, or Baal of the heavens, thus that the heavenly is thrown down. Thus, Baal and Yahweh are probably mutual victims of what Freud called the narcissism of minor difference. They're just that similar. The stage of ancient Canaan and ancient Israel just being, well, too small for two warrior storm gods, and with only a minor exception, Baal basically vanishes from the religious record in Canaan by the post-exilic period. Though, of course, Baal would go on to continue to function in the Phoenician deity system as Melkart as late as the rise of Christian hegemony in the late classical period. So, one god had to go, and at least in that region, it ended up being Baal. Though, while not directly bearing on the development of Yahweh as a god, but more so on Yahwism as a cult, is a question of how El's consort, Thirat, would or would not be incorporated. Asherah, she appears in the Hebrew, is mentioned some 40 times throughout the Hebrew Bible, though overwhelmingly in reference to a kind of wooden ritual pole that probably represents a sacred tree of fertility, which in turn, of course, represents the goddess herself. Though, there are a couple times where she's mentioned as a Pesel Asherah, set up by Menashe. This is probably an engraved representation of her, maybe like those ones from the Bronze Age of her cupping her breasts, though we don't know. Unsurprisingly, the cult of Asherah was very popular, and it seemed reasonable for many reasons. Fertility is popular. That Yahweh-El assimilation convergence would also result in consort exchange such that El Afirat would become Yahweh Asherah, and that seems to be precisely what happened. Though, of course, not without some hella theological controversy. Several Israelite and Judean kings seem to have placed her cultic symbol in Yahweh temples, and equally stridently, Elijah contested with her prophets and the prophets of Baal and murdered them all, at least according to the text, and Josiah targeted her cult in his Inquisition reforms. Indeed, it's the Deuteronomists, particularly, that have the most deeply concerned worries about the elimination of her cult. Her exact status in this period is contested, while the two famous inscriptions at Kuntalit Adrud and Khirbet El Qom seem to indicate that her status was as consort of Yahweh, despite that pesky pronomial suffix, which no one quite seems to know just what to do with, and there is 50,000 volumes on that. One pronomial suffix. The overwhelming concern about her is the adoration of her cult object itself, especially in Yahweh shrines. It may have been okay with Yahweh having a wife, but not her cult object in the same shrine. While we have to acknowledge the paucity of evidence here, it seems reasonable to me that she did function as Yahweh's consort, but that this El assimilation was heavily theologically contested, especially in the South with the more emergent Yahweh monolators. The cult object probably represented the goddess. That seems almost ipso facto true. It clearly became associated with Yahweh. The Deuteronomists constantly complain about it, and the logic of El convergence seems likely that the two were conceived together, despite, again, the general aniconic and Yahweh monolatry parties eventually that would emerge and obtain cultic hegemony, especially in the South. Now, to what degree Asherah and Astarte Ishtar were assimilated in this period is unknown. The answer is probably maybe. And further, there's a vague reference to a being called the Queen of Heaven, very disdained by Jeremiah. Who this is also unknown, though the term for the cakes that are offered to the Queen of Heaven in that text there are actually Akkadian loanwords. They're coming over from the Akkadian language, so it seems like a nod in the direction of Ishtar-Astarte assimilation, but we don't know. With the exception of a few names, especially in very archaic sources there in the Song of Devorah, the fertility and warrior goddess Anat seems to play basically little to no role in this period of the development of Yahwism, and maybe just in the whole cultic environment of Canaan. Though the bloodshed imagery associated with Ugaritic Anat, her wading through blood and gore and decapitated heads rolling about her feet and dismembered hands flying into the air about her like locusts. This needs to be a metal song. Why isn't there a metal band called Anat? You see very similar kinds of depictions of Yahweh delighting in warfare and carnage in the Song of Devorah, but honestly, I would just suspect that primitive Yahweh and Anat actually would just have made a better couple than Yahweh and Asherah, given their proclivity to massacring people. You get kind of natural-born killer vibes from that couple. But I suspect the similarities are probably just endemic to ancient total warfare, hacking people to death on the battlefield, than any actual theological convergence or assimilation between Yahweh and Anat. Of course, Yahwism would undergo further assimilation to Canaanite mythology, especially the demythologizing of the plague gods Resheph and Dever, literally burning and plague, terrifying gods who come to serve as nightmarish steeds pulling the divine chariot. That is an image in the Hebrew Bible, or metal. Or the literary transfer of the mighty regal dead of the Raphauma of the Ugaritic mythology to the Rephaim as giants defeated by biblical figures as a show of force in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, I've done an entire episode tracing out just the development and history of the Rephaim from ancient Canaanite into ancient Israelite mythology if you want to check it out. That's a fascinating development with the Rephaim. All in all, what we have is a complex, non-linear process whereby primitive Yahwism and Yahweh become implanted into the post-Bronze Age collapse of the area of the Canaanite Israelite highlands, becoming the chief, though not the sole god of the emergent Israelites. Again, this is the famous henotheism of the period, and he becomes a core aspect of their emergent national hegemony in the region. The earlier period is marked by theological convergence and divergence, assimilation and conflict, all with the local Canaanite cults and their gods, with a tendency towards syncretism in originally the more affluent northern areas, but this earns the ire of both the southern Yahweh partisans who may have been already on the path or developing in the direction of monolatry and anaconism, along with a small fraction of northern prophet shamans. With the destruction of the north in 722 BCE, the northern Yahwist refugees would be absorbed into the more anti-syncretistic, anaconic, and Yahweh monolatrist southern cult. This would develop in fits and starts until the rule of Josiah and the Deuteronomists, whose reforms, or better, Inquisition, not only sought out to eliminate non-Yahweh worship from this kingdom, but also non-Jerusalemite Yahweh worship. Again, theology and politics are the same thing here, and centralizing one centralizes the other by necessity. Hence the destruction of even Yahweh shrines in the region, like that one that was torn down there at Tel Arad. With the 6th century BCE exile of the Judean elites, who were probably majority Yahweh monolaters or even early monotheists maybe, the theology of the exile and the post-exile would represent a massive shift from a parochial Judean god to a singular cosmic god with a clear expression of monotheism first emerging in texts like Trito Isaiah. Monotheism would mark the post-exilic period, Yahwism went into exile, Judaism came back. And that's a point I'd like to drive home. In my mind, the transition to the universal monotheism of Judaism would come at a price, and that price would be the particularism of Yahweh as Yahweh. Far from the primitive warrior storm god of the desert wilds of the Arava, or even the quilted together deity forged in the religious crucible of contestation and assimilation of the period of the judges in the northern and southern kingdoms, the theological tension would now be between the god of Judaism as a people, both sovereign and diasporic, with a truly universal being transcending all differences, responsible for even the cosmos itself, even abstracted to utter transcendence by both apocalyptic mysticism and Hellenistic philosophy. The distinction now would be, what kind of universal God are you going to get, a parochial Judean one or a more philosophical abstract one? And it would be the promise of universal salvation, reserved once only for the Judeans, matched by this cosmic apocalypticism and eschatological fervor in which Yahweh would become a father to a sacrificed son for the salvation of both Jew and Gentile. That would set the stage for the next part of this epic story, the transition of Yahweh from a Judean god to simply God for billions and billions of human beings. As I mentioned, the literature in this field is vast and highly technical. However, I'd like to recommend a few volumes if you want to dive deeper into this topic, and if this episode interests you, you need to by all means. The Early History of God and the Origins of Biblical Monotheism by Mark Smith is fantastic. John Day's Yahweh and the Gods and Gods of Canaan is a classic. Frank Moore Cross's Canaanite Myth and Hebrew Epic, along with The Religions of Ancient Israel by Tzioni Zevet, are all both and great. For a diplomatic history of Israel from a archaeological point of view rather than just the text, the aptly named by Dever, Beyond the Text, an archaeological portrait of ancient Israel and ancient Judah, is very diplomatic and a fine text. Although his book has archaeology buried in the Bible, it's kind of like the too long didn't read it version of the book I just mentioned, so if you want to read another one, that one's a good one. It's kind of a digest of the more specialized text. Theodore Lewis's more recent The Origin and Character of God, Ancient Israelite Religion Through the Lens of Divinity, is also just a beast of a text, a magisterial approach, and well worth the effort. As I said, this episode is a testament to not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. This episode is incomplete, it goes way too fast over a lot of topics, and honestly, this could just be an entire semester class, at the very least, and require sophisticated knowledge of ancient Near East history and several ancient languages, not to mention just an encyclopedic grasp of the Hebrew Bible and Canaanite myth more generally. Despite the myriad shortcomings of this episode, I hope it's still useful for grasping at some level where scholars are on the mysterious origin and development of Yahweh, a God we all know, and yet we still have to admit we know so little of. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
bunker in the middle of the DC hellhole. Ain't life grand? You're listening to the adventures of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart ghoul manservant Argyle. Today's episode, Between Rockopolis and a Hard Place.
Just ease away, zombie. No funny business.
Funny business? Miss Chase, you hurt my feelings. I mean, there ain't nothing funny about the Eagle Claw! Ah! Good God, Argyle! You ripped out her heart! I always knew this broad was heartless. Get it, boss? Heartless? Your kung fu skills may be unparalleled, old chum, but your comic delivery leaves something to be desired. What is the meaning of this? Oh, magnificent King Crag, fearless leader of Rockopolis, it's me, Daring! Daring Dashwood? Herbert Dashwood? I should have known. But who is this? This dead woman? And is that her heart? She's the least of your worries, Craggy. In a few seconds, the slavers are gonna be breaking down your rocky front door. Slavers? You led the slavers here? To Rockopolis? You idiots! Do you realize what you've done? Inspired you to tighten your defenses? Dashwood! Warm welcome's over, boss. Time to scram! Citizens of Rockopolis, destroy these interlopers! This way, Argyle, into the caves! It's our only chance! They're gaining on us, boss! That cliff up ahead, you think you can jump it? You ain't as spry as you used to be! Child's play, you withering worrywart! What's this? Whoa! Boss, don't worry, I'm coming! Best hurry, old chum! I can't hang on much longer. I think this could be the end of... Be sure and tune in next time for another exciting adventure of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart ghoul manservant Argyle. Because one dog ain't enough, and two is too low, it's me, 3 Dog. How you kids handling post-apocalyptia today? What rhymes with shoes and often gives you the blues? That's right, it's time for the cashews. Okay, that doesn't really rhyme. How about news? Here's a question for all you faithful listeners. Have you guys and gals ever seen a tree? No, not those shriveled black things. I'm talking real trees. Brown bark, green leaves, photosynthesis, all that good stuff. Now what if I, the all-powerful 3 Dog, Bow Wow Wow, were to tell you that somewhere right here in the capital wasteland is a place with lots of trees. A veritable oasis of green in that depressing sea of brown. Look, it was years ago, and I may have been experimenting with Jet at the time. But I'm telling you, it's out there. Until next time, this is 3 Dog, ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio, bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. Now, some music. Hello, Capital Wasteland. This is 3 Dog, ow! Coming to you loud and proud from Galaxy News Radio. You're listening to the adventures of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart ghoul manservant Argyle. Today's episode, In the Black Widow's Web. Well, those super mutants are persistent if nothing else. A word of advice, keep running.
In those hills up there. Isn't that where the hidden village of Rockopolis is located? If only we knew where it was.
Turns out you're in good company, Miss Chase. Argyle and I are old friends of Rockopolis. Know the secret knock and everything.
Boss, that's privileged information. You can't just...
Now, old chum. Miss Chase is hardly going to violate the secrets of Rockopolis. Isn't that right, Miss Chase? Besides, necessity calls.
So you do know where it is. Well, come on then. Those super mutants can't be far behind.
Just over here, this large boulder. And now, the secret knock. And voila!
Now that's what I call a getaway daring. So tell me, do you take all your girlfriends here?
Oh no, Miss Chase. I can assure you this will be our special place.
Listen to yourself, boss. This is Rockopolis, one of the safest places in the wasteland, and you just showed a stranger where it is.
Ignore my manservant's mutterings, Penelope. He has a penchant for the dramatic, you see. By one time...
Oh, I don't know, daring darling. I find the ghoul's instincts to be frighteningly accurate.
Here I thought we were friends, and now you have a gun in my face. Bad form, Miss Chase, bad form.
Jabber all you want. In about 30 seconds, my associates from Paradise Falls will join us.
I knew it. I knew this dame was no good. But it's worse than I thought. She's the Black Widow, the leader of the slavers.
Quite right. We've been trying to capture these Rockopolis rodents for years. Never could have done it without you, daring.
Looks like I've gotten us into one heck of a pickle, Argyle, old chum. One heck of a pickle indeed. Be sure and tune in next time for another exciting adventure of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart cool manservant, Argyle. Wake up, Wasteland! It's me, Rito, bringing you all the music and news your little hearts can handle. Got lots of stuff going down in post-apocalyptia these days. Here's some of the latest news. There have been more and more sightings of raiders over by Evergreen Mills. Smart money's on them having some kind of camp out that way. Keep that in mind the next time you feel like nosing around that neighborhood. Until next time, this is Three Dog, Ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio, bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. Time once again for an important GNR public service announcement. Listen, kiddos, never forget the importance of periodic weapon maintenance. Rifle, pistol, police baton, I don't care which. If your weapon is falling apart, the only wasteland asshole it's gonna kill is you. So be smart, salvage those parts and make repairs whenever you can. Now, some music.
15. 15. Check it, 5. I'm still the illest on the earth. I took time off while other rappers got dirt. Due to the fact they whacked and they lack. I know it's cool to act off, but boy, I stay trapped. Haystack in a needle. If you find the needle, I'm the one who did the deedle to mad people. If you find me, son, you can find me done. You can find diamond. You can see me shine, son, if you want to. If you could even see past that. My whole color embedded in my skin that's dark. People love me, but also hate me. Same time, I embody them. That's what I mean by race. I'm a speaker. When I say my shit, you can hear me through my speaker. I'm a talker. God gave me gift to gab. Also skill of rap. He said anything I say, I can make it sound so sick. So I do though. I can say anything like kill all races. And I hate white people. Wow, it sounds sick cause my flow comes smoothly. It come out my mouth just like a movie. I make it sound so groovy and it's on the tubey. If you see me on the street, you can really see me. I'm a flow coming out, sound magnificent. It's cause my asshole 3 times the elephant. Like an elephant. I'm dropping shit on like a big baby. Little baby Gandhi on the street, say maybe. I'm from New York, son, that's facts and dead ass. Y'all acting mad head ass. I've been, yo, BBG, yes I'm back. 32 by my 25, fuck with me. 15. Despite all numbers, my main crew. 15, write it out. What it look like is what you think. That's the crew when we do our thing. People love me, little BG. As I come back with flow that's iller. You can see me coming, I'm the student is back. I'm a Vladimir Putin attack. Presidential election, transgressional possession. People see me in the streets, it's a bad relationship. No one ever saw me, I never made it out the house. All the time thinking about my little life. It's not that really great, but it could still be a movie. Mainly just cause I represent a brown rapper and my government name, Osama bin Laden though. With the Bin Laden flow, hottest in the rotten, yo. People know me, call me Cotton Joe, way they dance around, and they wanna swing a monkey. You couldn't bring a drunkie round me, or sell a junkie round me, crown me. I got a couple that I could, bars chopped up in green and white, that's 2 milligrams. I give too much detail, people will think I'm not a poet. When really all I'm trying to say is that I exist. My flow is nice, it's cause I'm hot as something. It's cause I'm saying something that I don't truly believe. All I have is song to sing, one thing on my mind. How can I bring new rhymes to world to exist? People don't like the fact that I'm poetic. It's kinda whack though, cause my whole shit is a shit. If you understood the child, you can see him though. I'm baby on the clouds, people like me and my flow. 15, 15, 15. 1515. Slow it up, slow it up, slow it up, slow it up.
Prior to his untimely death at age 37, Hermann Rorschach was at work developing a psychological test in which abstract images or ink blots were used to reveal the otherwise unknown or hidden dimensions of the unconscious mind. The original 10 cards, from black and white blots to colorful abstractions, were thought to provide a secret passageway into the emotional and psychological states of the patient, thus revealing to the analyst patterns of disordered emotions or thought patterns. This test has gone on to great fame and use and has also been derided as a pseudoscience and no different than the old con of cold reading. In my years of studying Hermetic and occult literature, I found that certain texts seem to function a bit like the Rorschach test. Their obscurity, brevity, and gravity invite enormous intellectual and spiritual attention, and into just that obscurity, brevity, and gravity, the would-be initiate projects their own philosophical and religious concerns, commitments, biases, and desires. Into this hermetic hall of mirrors, their own image is actually reflected back to them, though because of the distortion, they can't or won't recognize it as just themselves. Many such texts immediately jump to mind that have such a power. The enigmatic Tao Te Ching, the Sefer Yetzirah, or the Book of Formation, the mysterious letters at the beginning of some surahs of the Quran, the channeled text of the Book of the Law revealed to Aleister Crowley in April of 1904. Though this effect is nowhere more clearly present to me than in the famed Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. This text, only a dozen or so lines, is said to contain all of the wisdom of Hermetic philosophy, from alchemy to cosmology, to the creation of the transformational Philosopher's Stone, to the spiritual transformation of the initiate. The text has spawned numerous volume-length commentaries over the centuries, and there are as many interpretations as there are versions of the text itself. The Emerald Tablet is perhaps the single greatest and poorest understood of all text in the Hermetic and occult philosophies. In this collaboration with Philip Holm over at Let's Talk Religion, I'll be exploring this most famous Hermetic text, while Philip will be diving into the historical religious philosophy of Hermeticism more generally. If you haven't checked out Philip's channel, make sure to take a look. He shares his expertise on a wide range of topics in religious studies, and his content on Islam and Sufism are especially wonderful and enlightening. Also, if you want to dive deeper into Hermetic philosophy, make sure to check out my playlist on just that topic. Further, if you're interested in magic, the occult, philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or similar topics, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel. But now, let's turn to explore the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, the most famous, mysterious, and perplexing statement of Hermetic philosophy. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. As I've explored at length in my episodes on the Corpus Hermeticum, the religious philosophy ascribed to the legendary Hermes Trismegistus can be analyzed into two somewhat artificial groupings. The first are the so-called philosophical Hermetica, which are the texts which have survived from late antiquity and describe a salvific religious philosophy whereby an initiate is reunited with the divine nous, or mind, through a process of spiritual education, ritual observance, and, it seems at least, alterations of consciousness. The second group of Hermetic texts have gotten much less attention and remain pretty difficult to access even to this day. These are the so-called technical Hermetic texts and cover a wide range of topics, especially including astrology, alchemy, and magic. These texts are preserved in various pretty confused forms and were still quite popular through the late classical period into the Islamic period, and of course through the Christian Middle Ages, and of course even then into the early modern period as well. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus seems to sit directly between these two groups in that it seems to both have a religious philosophical dimension, and the cosmogenesis aspect has largely been understood as alchemical in nature. So already we have our first enigma about this text. What kind of text is this, and what does it mean? That's a really good question. But to hazard even a preliminary answer, we need to unpack the tortured textual history, especially the origins of the Emerald Tablet. The oldest example of the text appears in the Arabic book Kitab Sir al-Khaliqa, or The Secret of Creation and the Art of Nature, ascribed to the famed 1st century miracle worker Apollonius of Tyana, or Balinus as he's known in the Arabic world. This work is an encyclopedia of various topics including natural philosophy, especially one of the earliest mentions of the sulfur-mercury theory of the metals, a foundational notion in later alchemy. The Arabic text as we have it dates to around the early 9th century of the Common Era, but the text itself claims to have been a translation from Syriac of an original text in Greek. At this point at least, there is considerable disagreement on this question. A previous generation of scholarship basically accepted this textual history, with more recent scholarship seeing the work being composed of some amount of earlier material, though largely being composed originally in Arabic. probably in esoteric Ismaili circles, for whom Hermes Trismegistus was a kind of prophetic figure for whom revealed wisdom took the form of scientific literacy. Of course, the natural question here is whether or not the Emerald Tablet, which is sort of tacked on to the end of that text, is from a more remote period in antiquity, or was it originally composed in Arabic? Now, I'm going to come back to that very thorny question in just a moment, don't worry. Two other versions of the Emerald Tablet are also known in Arabic. One from about a century later, this one's preserved primarily in the Jabirian alchemical corpus and seems to be somewhat truncated and perhaps even rather corrupt. Though often shorter variants of text are sometimes indicator of a kind of Ur text, but frankly that's impossible to know here. The other is from the 10th century and comes from the pseudo-Aristotelian text Kitab Sir al-Asrar, known in the Latin West as the Secretum Secretorum. More on this text in just a moment as well. It's really important in the European environment. Now to that really thorny question. Is the Emerald Tablet a text more ancient than its appearance in the Arabic Hermetic philosophy of the 9th century? To be sure, there are no references to the text in either the late classical sources, either in Greek or a Syriac version has never been found, or even referenced for that matter. Secondly, the text is so brief and enigmatic that evidence of translation from one language to another doesn't really seem to appear. For instance, if we could find a clear example of a Hellenism or a transcribed Greek word, that would be more solid evidence of greater antiquity for the text. None immediately jump out, but there might be an exception to that actually. In both the Sir al-Khalika and the Sir al-Asrar versions, there is an important line missing from the Jabirian text with an important technical term. That is the Arabic word for a talisman. In fact, it's the Arabic word talisman. The line reading something like, Father of talismans, protector of wonders, all-powerful. Now, this can cut in two different directions. The first direction is that this line has a survival of the Greek word telesma, which by the late classical and especially the Byzantine period had in fact taken on the notion of a religious or occult significance, something like our modern word talisman or charm. If so, this technical word may be evidence of a late classical Greek substratum for the Emerald Tablet. Certainly, the text reads like something that could be found in the alchemical literature of people at the time, someone like Pseudo-Democritus, Zosimus of Panopolis, Stephanos of Alexandria especially. The problem for this theory is, one, there's just an overall lack of evidence for the Emerald Tablet in antiquity, and two, the Arabic word talisman is very well attested in exactly the period that we're talking about. There's even an entire book on talismans written at this time by Thabit ibn Qurra, which only survives in Latin, but is almost exactly contemporary with the Kitab Sir al-Khalika, the earliest attestation of the Emerald Tablet. Such a talisman reference really just makes a lot of sense in the Arabic Hermetic milieu of the 9th century in just such Ismaili circles as the Emerald Tablet appears in. So which is it? Late classical Greek survival or novel 9th century Arabic use? Frankly, without other evidence, I think it's impossible to settle this question. It seems to me perfectly possible that the Emerald Tablet is a late antique text translated from Greek to Syriac to Arabic, having gained the attention of folks in that esoteric Ismaili milieu. The problem is that we simply lack any evidence for that. Of course, we can point to other more circumstantial notions. For instance, there is an oblique reference in one of the Stobaean fragments to Hermes Trismegistus having had his teachings, quote, engraved on a tablet and on an obelisk. And in the Nag Hammadi Hermetic text, the Discourse on the 8th and the 9th, there is in fact an admonition to copy out his teachings on, quote, steles of turquoise and hieroglyphic characters. Though in neither of those documents are the teachings mentioned anything like those found in the Emerald Tablet. Furthermore, as I've mentioned earlier, no surviving Hermetic texts really resemble the Emerald Tablet. So, is it possible that the Emerald Tablet predates its appearance in the 9th century Arabic context? Sure, it's possible, perhaps in some form. But is there evidence to back up this claim? No. We have to be honest here and admit that while absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, logically speaking, any argument at this point for the greater antiquity of the Emerald Tablet must necessarily, at least at this point, rely on speculation and arguments from silence, neither of which I'm willing to put much trust in. Also, and just to be honest, I question the motivations behind this intense desire for the Emerald Tablet to predate its 9th century Arabic appearance. I mean, it's not like some people out there are more comfortable with the insane notion that aliens built the pyramids rather than, African people. And also, this is just a good time to make it clear that any claims of the Emerald Tablet being from Atlantis, ancient Sumeria, China, Phoenicia, aliens, the secret records under the Sphinx, Martian spirits, or the ascended master Kimmy Gibbler are, well, complete and total nonsense. Bullshit. While the early history of the Emerald Tablet is admittedly rather mysterious, the transmission of the text into Europe is much better understood. In the 12th century, there was an explosion of translation work, mainly from Arabic into Latin. Most importantly for our purposes are 3 of those translators and scholars. Herman of Carinthia, whose De Essentiis may contain the earliest mention of the Emerald Tablet and its discovery in European literature generally. There's also an anonymous translator that we think may have been Plato of Tivoli, who made perhaps the very first translation of the Emerald Tablet itself into Latin, and Hugo of Santalla, who rendered the Kitab Sir al-Khalika from Arabic into Latin, including the Emerald Tablet. There's also an early anonymous version, again perhaps rendered by Plato of Tivoli, which would go on to be used by many luminaries, such as Albert the Great, the teacher of Thomas Aquinas, and Arnold of Villanova, one of the greatest alchemists of his day. Another translation of the text would also appear around this time from the pseudo-Aristotelian Sir al-Asrar, or the Secretum Secretorum, or the Secret of Secrets, first translated by John of Seville, and then in a more full edition by Philip of Tripoli in the early 13th century. The Secretum Secretorum was, and I'm not exaggerating here, probably the single most read book in the Middle Ages after the Bible. It's something like an encyclopedia covering topics from medicine, physiognomy, astrology. There's some political advice in there, and by about the 13th century, it would also come to include some alchemy. Though, weirdly enough, the Hebrew translation of the text actually argues that alchemy is a nonsense, false science and that transmutation is impossible. Even more weird, the Hebrew translation of the Secretum Secretorum became the basis for the Russian translation of the text, which is just... these texts really get around in weird ways. Regardless, the popularity of the Emerald Tablet probably has a lot, maybe even most, to do with the general popularity of the Secretum Secretorum more generally. Though, oddly, none of the versions I just mentioned would actually go on to become the most popular translation and edition of the Emerald Tablet in the Middle Ages until now. The most popular version of the Emerald Tablet, also known as the Vulgate version, was introduced in another anonymous translation of the text with the first extensive commentary to enter Europe, simply known as the Liber Hermetis de Alchimia, from an unknown Arabic original, which, by the way, tells us that already Arabic alchemists were using this text and were already perplexed by it, and were composing extensive commentaries to try to elucidate what in the world this book meant, something that would absolutely continue into the European context. What's also curious about this version is that the translator from Arabic to Latin didn't really understand, or there was already a kind of corruption of the Arabic word talisman, and that line, which we mentioned earlier, that line got rendered as pater omnis telesmi totius mundi est hic, with the Arabic word talisman being mutilated in the transcription or translation into telesmi. What's funny, if that's the right word, is that alchemists worked for centuries trying to grasp the hidden depths of this mysterious term and poured a great deal of lab work and commentary onto its mysteries, and all the while it was basically a translation error. Not that the Arabic original, something like Father of Talismans, is all that clear. Also, I should point out, this isn't the only problem of this kind in the translations of this text. Other texts can't sort out if it's Pater Thesaurus Miraculorum in the Secretum Secretorum translation, literally the Father of the Storehouse of Wonders, or in Hugo's rendering, it's Prestigiorum Filii, literally the sons of talismans. Fathers or sons, or which one? Of course, the problem here is rendering the word Abu in the Arabic and the mysterious use of the term talisman that we've already mentioned. This whole line is honestly just a big mess. Regardless, the version in the Liber Hermetis de Alchimia becomes the standard or Vulgate version used through the entire medieval period into the early modern period and up till now. If you've ever studied the Emerald Tablet, it's probably either this version in Latin or a translation into whatever vernacular language you speak. Okay, I know what you might be thinking at this point. Like, look, I'm watching this video to learn about what the Emerald Tablet means, not about the origin or the transmission history of this text. But I bet you can see the problem I'm going to mention. Obviously, defective translations into Latin from multiple different obscure Arabic versions profoundly compromise any understanding of the text. Remember that Pater omnis telesmi totius mundi hic est line that sent alchemists on a wild goose chase for hundreds of years? Yeah, that's a real big problem. Secondly, to attempt any understanding of the Emerald Tablet, you gotta pick a version, and if you read Latin, you're still reading a translation, and very likely a compromised translation at that. And if you read Arabic, well, you're in a bit better shape, but then there are still 3 different versions to pick from, all of which differ somewhat substantially from one another. The shorter one in the Jabirian corpus doesn't even have the whole complicated talisman line, and honestly, its brevity and corruption might even be an indicator of translation, potentially making it closer to the or text of the tablet. Who knows? What I'm saying is that before you can offer any interpretation of the text at all, you gotta pick some version in some language and go from there. So, a very important question here is, on what rational grounds does one pick a version as more or less authoritative or authentic? I really have no idea, but I can't help but to grin when I see definitive interpretations about the Emerald Tablet, what it really means, and wonder how long until someone in the comments says, look, it's all really simple, it's just blah 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 blah. No, none of this is simple, and we haven't even read the text or the texts of the Emerald Tablet yet. Further, European scholars didn't even know about the persistence of the Arabic texts into the early 20th century, which means that all those alchemists and all those Hermetic philosophers, from the translators of the 12th century to the scholars of the early 20th century, labored for nearly 900 years with multiple defective translations, with many of those people producing substantial commentaries on the text, likely attempting to uncover mysteries that just as might likely had to do with garbled Latin translations of an obscure Arabic text as much as anything else. So with all that in mind, what does the Emerald Tablet actually say, and what might it mean? Many versions of the text are framed with a kind of discovery legend where various figures, from Sarah, the wife of Abraham, to Apollonius of Tyana, to Alexander the Great, discover an underground tomb, usually thought to be the tomb of Hermes Trismegistus himself. This tomb is sometimes located near Hebron, where a skeleton is said to be holding a tablet engraved on a green stone, very often interpreted to be emerald, hence the name, containing the brief text, which is often described as being written in some kind of ancient language, often some form of Aramaic, even Phoenician sometimes. This theme of finding various kinds of treasures in ancient tombs was pretty popular in antiquity because it probably happened sometimes. And this even reaches back to Plato's Ring of Gyges myth, or in some sense survives even into Ridley Scott's famous scene with the engineer in Alien. The text itself is really brief. The Vulgate Latin version is only 151 words, and amazingly, the shortest Arabic text is only about 50 words. And it seems to describe a cosmos as linked with a macrocosm-microcosm structure. This is pretty common to the alchemical text of the Hellenistic period and beyond, where something, again, it's not clear what it is, ascends and descends the scale of being, including passing through the various elements, and appears to be perfected somehow. Vague enough for you? Yeah, me too. So you might be wondering, why don't you add more of an interpretation to what you think the text says, or what you think it might even mean? Well, all those problems I just mentioned a minute ago. It's so difficult to even know which text is authentic or authoritative that the more you begin to project your ideas of what the text means, you can only do that once you pick a text. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm not even sure how to pick one text to be the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. We just don't have the one. Now, despite the fact that I'm not going to say more about what I think the text means, I can, however, say a bit more about how the text has been interpreted historically. It may very well be that the text appears in those Ismaili circles because they read or wrote the text as describing the being of Hermes Trismegistus as what actually does the ascending and descending the scale of being. Recall that in those circles, Hermes was a kind of quasi-angelic prophet of natural science, linked in some way with Idris, or Enoch, who had ascended to heaven and become transformed into an angel as early as some of the Hechelot literature. This might explain why, at the end of many versions of the text, Hermes Trismegistus claims that his greatness flows from this process. So in this first interpretation, the text might be describing the mystical transformation of no one less than Hermes himself. Of course, the alchemical interpretation followed very quickly after, with the tablet describing the creation of reality and its perfection in the stone of the philosophers, which, in turn, has the ability to perfect nature as such as the ability to transform base metals into gold. Here the tablet is an extremely succinct description of the production of the famed stone of the philosophers, the Lapis Philosophorum. This was, of course, the dominant read of the text through the Middle Ages, starting with the earliest commentaries such as the ones that accompanied the Vulgate from the Arabic when it was translated into Latin, and most early European translations by people such as Hortolanus. His commentary was incredibly important, and then followed by virtually all major intellectuals interested in natural science or alchemy, including folks like, well, Roger Bacon and Albertus Magnus, and it even appears, of course, in the Aurora Consurgens, one of the most important alchemical texts prior to the 15th century. Now in Europe, the Emerald Tablet absolutely exploded, especially in the Vulgate edition, in popularity in the late 15th and 16th centuries for a couple of different reasons. The first is probably the rediscovery and publication of the Corpus Hermeticum by Marsilio Ficino, and the enormous uptick in interest of all things related to Hermes Trismegistus, or even Egypt more generally. Secondly, the printing of the text for the first time with the commentary of Hortolanus and the popular compilation De Alchemia of 1541 also made the text widely available and significantly cheaper to obtain. A third factor is that the Emerald Tablet was, at this time, increasingly being set into a mythological framework where the text became a kind of hermetic version of Genesis, thus forging a bridge between the patriarchs of the Bible and the later wisdom of the Greeks, with the Emerald Tablet serving as the tie that bound them together. Thus, the Emerald Tablet becomes a source of primordial wisdom, surviving even the flood and bridging Athens and Jerusalem, with the text becoming more and more thought of as the compressed source of all wisdom, cosmological, alchemical, metaphysical, etc. You can find all the things in the Emerald Tablet. A third school of interpretation of the Emerald Tablet would emerge primarily with Johannes Trithemius and his fellow Hermetic philosophers, folks of course like John Dee and Cornelius Agrippa, who understood the text as more of something of a metaphysical speculation on the nature of reality, rather than as a set of laboratory instructions for producing the Philosopher's Stone. Echoes of this interpretation can be found in John Dee's 1564 Monas Hieroglyphica, itself one of the most enigmatic texts ever produced, and later in both Rosicrucian and Paracelsian literature. It was also featured first and foremost in the popular and somewhat avant-garde alchemical text Atalantia Fugiens, though dark clouds were forming for all of the Hermetica by the 17th century. In 1614, Isaac Casaubon had definitively argued that the Corpus Hermeticum was not nearly as old as once thought, and in the 1650s, Athanasius Kircher carried out a similar attack on the Emerald Tablet, arguing that the text of the tablet was really just a few centuries old and it was kind of a fraud. Despite this somewhat terminal condition for the hallowed antiquity of the Emerald Tablet, Isaac Newton himself composed a translation of the text which survives to this day in his papers. He was working from the Vulgate version found in the 1541 De Alchemia printed in Nuremberg that I mentioned earlier. Beginning in the late 16th century, the text is also associated with a special emblem, likely of Paracelsian origin, which serves as a kind of interpretation of the text, but were also grounds for deeper alchemical speculation. Despite the attack by the historicist camp, the Emerald Tablet would remain a mainstay in virtually all schools of Hermetic or occult thought. Of course, it goes without saying that the text remained deeply influential through the occult revival, with Eliphas Levi claiming that all mystical and occult wisdom was contained within it. Blavatsky quotes the text as authoritative in her monumental theosophical text Isis Unveiled, and perennialists such as Titus Bruchart have seen the Emerald Tablet as part of such a perennial philosophy. The text is even kind of cribbed into one of the manifestos of the surrealist André Breton, and of course received enormous attention from the psychoanalyst Carl Jung. The Emerald Tablet has somewhat come around full circle from its possible Ismaili origins to the New Age movement, where they read the text as perhaps a testament to metaphysical transformation of Hermes Trismegistus. The more New Age interpretation individualizes that experience and sees the text as a kind of alchemy of the self, whereby one is transformed into a higher being. From cryptic mystical origins to mystic individualist consumerism, the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus seems to be evergreen in its potential for interpretation, innovation, and is always somewhere between concealing and revealing. Despite enduring interest in the Emerald Tablet, there's not much in the way of contemporary literature on the text, and even what it does exist is a bit of a mess. It receives very little treatment in otherwise incredibly important texts like those of Van Blotto are safe, where one might honestly expect otherwise. This basically means that the only substantial study of the origins of the Emerald Tablet remained the Ruska text of 1926, which has, to my mind, never been translated from German and is pretty difficult to find just the same. A recent text in French by Kahn provides an updated account of the reception and commentary tradition on the text through the Middle Ages, but again, only in French. To my knowledge, there has been no major academic study of the Emerald Tablet in English for almost a century. Please let me know if I'm wrong in the comments. I kind of hope that I'm wrong. And the few recent articles on the Emerald Tablet are downright inaccessible. I tried to find some of these articles and had no luck whatsoever. Further, a major desire on my part would be a volume which contains all the major versions of the Emerald Tablet with textual notes very similar to what Ruska did about a century ago, but with the vast commentary literature flanking at least the Vulgate version. I sort of imagine a format very much like the Babylonian Talmud with a dozen or so commentaries on every line, or hell, every word of this thing, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. One can wish. I've included some links to some helpful articles that are somewhat dated, but still quite interesting, if you want to take a look at those in the description below for a bit of a deeper dive into the Emerald Tablet. Again, if you're interested in alchemy, hermetic philosophy, and mysticism, I hope you'll subscribe and check out my other content. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
GNR, 3 Dog, all you need to know. Here's the latest news. Unemployment is down, stocks are up, and the UN has just declared global peace forever. Now the real news. According to reports from the ever so hoity-toity Tenpenny Tower, a group of displaced ghouls have been trying to gain entrance. But lush at large, Alistair Tenpenny says, no zombies, no how. Come on, Al, cut the ghoulies a break. If they've got the caps and you've got the space, it's a win-win, right? What do you say? Until next time, this is 3 Dog, ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio, bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts.
who you are. You are the autumn people. Where do you come from? The dust. Where do you go to? The grave. loved by many women. You might still learn to swim. 32, going, 33, 34, 35, 35. Time to father a family, build a fortune. 35, the year when you could run up the stairs without panting for breath. 35, stop. 36, 37, where okay. 38, here, your heart. Here, my count. 39, now. 39, finally. Still young. 39. God. Oh, 40. 40, and here you're old. Old heart.
Dad, no! Don't listen!
And is that the voice of green grass and sunshine? Sweet Eden's child, the innocent young will.
You're lost!
You fool. Damn you. A taste of death. So you will know it when it comes again. Soon.